Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the August 8th, 2025 School Board of Manatee County meeting. I want to officially call this, workshop. I want to officially call the workshop to order. We had no agenda amendments, so we'll move on to first thing on the agenda this morning is, before we get into the workshop items, is public comments. So we do have one public comment, Kimberly Brewer. Yep, you want to come on up? And I don't know if you've ever publicly commented before, but you have 3 minutes. Above you is the clock. I think it goes yellow when you have 30 seconds, red when you have 10, and you're a go.
Awesome, thank you.
Absolutely.
Good morning, members. Thank you so much for listening to me speak today. I'm here as a concerned parent of our community regarding the future high school being built, AAA. I wanted to be clear that option 3 is really the only option that I feel is going to help out with a full high school with academics, sports, arts, and theater facilities. It truly meets the needs of our growing community. This isn't just about buildings, it's about opportunity. A school without spaces for athletics or the arts is not really a complete education. Students need more than textbooks. They need fields, they need studios, stages. These programs build confidence, character, and connection. We're seeing more and more homes and apartments being built, which just means more families, more students, and without having a full high school, we're falling behind. Our neighboring communities, they're offering these comprehensive education, so why shouldn't we? Options 1 and 2 leave our children with limited access and send the message that they don't deserve the same resources, and that's just not acceptable. We have a chance to do this right now, and not play catch up. We can invest in this high school, and it reflects the potential of our children and the value of our community, so I urge you to please support option 3, and let's not cut corners when it comes to our children's future. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. So we're going to get right into our workshop items. You can talk as slow as possible so we can get on here, but she can jump in whenever she gets in. So I'm excited on these two topics. This was both topics when I first came on the board that really were important, and I think is both programs are growing new, but are going to be fantastic. And the Project Edge reach home for me because I have a brother with Down syndrome. So I'm really excited about the update and to see where we're at. And then so let's start with the MTC Project Edge program. So Dr. Gansmere, it's yours.
Thank you, Chair Choate, School Board, Superintendent, and staff. We want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to come to the workshop today to be able to share about a couple of our programs at MTC. We believe that Manatee Technical College is one of the best technical colleges in the state of Florida, and it's not for one reason, it's for all the reasons. So we're happy to be able to share 2 of those today. So the first one we shared today is our Project Edge program. And the Project Edge program is for students with unique abilities. And we're very proud of the students, we're very proud of the program. A lot of people try to compare it to a lot of the other programs, but this one is meant to be small, and it's meant to be concise, it's meant to be supportive of the students in the program. And so what we're going to do is just give you an update. We've had a chance to roll some of it out a few months ago. So we're not going to go back and reteach the whole thing from the beginning, but I will say this. A grant came out in 2016, and Manatee County had thought about trying to put the program together for that, but just due to the busyness of ESE with K through 12 and building a MTC as a great college, it had been put off to the side. I was able to come to the district in 2020, and I had asked about a program. And it was said to me, well, we're just looking for someone to be able to really head it up and do it. And I said, well, I will be that person. So I worked with the ESC department with K-12, and I worked with MTC, and we were able to put together the program. We had to find certain people that would be great to be a coordinator, someone to be great to be a teacher. So it took a lot of time to really build it. So this past year was the inaugural year of our EDGE program, to where we had our first group of students that went through the program. So my name is Paul Gansmer. To my left, to your right, I have Dr. Jody Kirk, who's our new director at Manatee Technical College. She's going to join me in the presentation. She may not know the ins and outs of the Manatee Technical College program, but she has worked with the program from her previous district to where she can give comments about it as well. During the presentation, we will have the coordinator coming in. Our coordinator was giving another presentation this morning, and she asked, well, I'm done with the presentation early, can I be here? And I said, well, just come in and sit down. We got the name tag, so if she walks in, it's, please excuse her for that. The second slide that I did have was a video that we have on the website for MTC, and it's a video of one of our students talking about the program. So due to technical reasons, we're not able to do that for you this morning, but I will send you the link to you guys in an email so you could be able to pull that up. And some of you may have already seen it because we've had it out for a couple months now. So as I proceed on, Project Edge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Kirk so she can give the overview of the purpose and what the program does for the students. And then when we get closer to what MTC did, then I'll go ahead and step back in, or that'll be Dawn Giddens. So, Dr. Kirk.
Great. Thank you for having me here today. For a lot of you, it's the first time you've met me, so I am very honored to be here and to talk about some of the things that MTC is doing. So Project Edge, essentially, it's supported by the Florida Center for Unique Abilities, and it allows students that have severe intellectual disabilities, come on our campus, audit and attend our programs, and the ultimate goal is to get them job placement, and these students are accomplishing that. So the program's been around about a year now. It's been very successful. I got to meet some of the students the other day. They are absolutely amazing. So it's just been a very big positive. So essentially, these students are getting the same experiential experiences, they're getting hands-on training, and sitting in the classrooms with our other MTC students and auditing. So it's an experience that a lot of them, from speaking to them, did not think they would ever get the opportunity to have. So it's students that they didn't think they would ever be in post-secondary education, and now they're getting that opportunity. So the Florida Center for Unique Abilities, as Dr. Gansmer said, it's started back in 2016. It's from the Florida Post-Secondary Comprehensive Transition Program Act, which is a mouthful, but essentially it gives us support to be able to offer this program. So there's scholarship opportunities, there's grant opportunities, helping for things like tuition, because it is free for the students to attend this program with us. Helps books, supplies, materials, staffing, so all of the things that we need to support this program and help the students to the best ability that we can is covered through this process and this program. There's over 117 programs throughout the state now, so it is very large in size. It's just one of those things that when they're offering professional development, workshops, the Florida Center for Unique Abilities is the one that houses all of that and helps support us. So there is a process you have to go to be a part of this. So step one is actually applying with the state. So MTC has gone through all of these steps already. From there, you apply for grants and scholarships, which MTC has achieved both of those already.
We'll transition to how our program is set up. So we actually have it to where we have a cohort. So the cohort actually covers 2 years, or it could be more than 2 years or less than 2 years, depending on the second stage. So our first stage is where the students are at MTC East, and they meet there from Monday through Fridays from 8 to 2. The first group, our first cohort, went from August 12 to May 30, and they have their life and employment skills that they're learning. The students can audit 5 of the different programs that Dr. Kirk had mentioned, and they have an opportunity to be able to earn certifications. And we call that our first stage. After that first stage, which is that first year, the students have an opportunity to do many things. I'm going to back up just a little bit. That first stage is a program. So when they complete that first stage, that is an MTC program that is accredited through the Council on Occupation Education. So as a part of MTC, the students have to be placed afterwards. So what's the placement? Continue education or get a job. And so that's what we are working with those students. We have a slide later to tell you what the results were with our 8 students that were in the program. So the students have the opportunity to enroll in a technical program to be able to go after MTC. Depending on the length of the program, depends on how long that stage 2 is. So if they do advanced manufacturing, it could be 6 months. If they want to go into one of the automotive or one of the other programs, it could be 8 to 10 or 12 months. So that's stage 2 with cohort 1. That's August 25 to June 26. Stage 1 for cohort 2 is now beginning. And so they start of August 25. They actually began this last August 5th, which was the first day of class. I had the opportunity to walk around MTC Maine to try to welcome the students and support the teachers, let them know that we're here if they need anything. And I did see one of our students in the baking and pastry program. I walked in and he was so excited. Oh, I know you. I remember you from the program. So I had a chance to do a fist bump and stuff like that. So he's excited to be in the program. The baking and pastry teacher was excited, said that the student has so much energy and so much drive. So again, it's an opportunity for students with unique abilities to be able to be in traditional programs. With that stage 2 that we have, we will have support of those students because they might need extra time, they might need to do extra skills, and that's where this program will help those students be able to do that. At the same time, I had mentioned the new cohort is starting, so it's our second cohort starting with stage 1. They just began this last August 5th, and they'll go through until May 26. At the end of the program, they do have the opportunity to be able to participate with graduation. And those of you who had a chance to be at graduation, I want to thank you for being there and supporting MTC. And also, you saw the Project Edge students come across the stage, and they were so excited about being there as well. So what I'd like to do is our coordinator was able to be here, so thank you, Ms. Giddens, for rushing over here to be able to fill us in. What I'd like to do is pass it over to Ms. Giddens, and she can tell you about the first year accomplishments, and then we could probably bounce back and forth between the three of us. And then if you have any questions or anything at the end, we'll be more than happy to help out. Ms. Giddens, thank you for being here.
Well, hi, I apologize for my lateness.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, our first year, we had 8 students complete the program out of the 10 that initially started. So, on June 26th, like Dr. Gansmer said, we had 8 students that got to walk across the stage at MTC. It was very exciting. Out of those 8 students, 2 of them are gainfully employed in something that they actually want to do. So that was a big accomplishment for us because we were very excited. We want our students to do what they want to do. That's the whole focus and the primary purpose of the FCSUA is to have our students gainfully employed when they have completed their FPTCP. That being said, now we have 5 students. Out of the 8, we had 5 students that chose to go to MTC main campus. They have all gone into a different program. So we have baking and pastry, we have culinary, advanced manufacturing, early childhood education, and then construction production. Our last student, she actually got accepted into Southeastern University's program. So she will actually be living on campus this year at their institution, completing her 2nd year of her FPCTP journey. So very excited. Our 10 students that we currently have now are phenomenal. They're doing great things. They're getting used to their schedule. We're getting used to the routine on campus. So it's been going really well these first couple days.
I have a question.
I can't see the next.
Oh, that's okay.
I got a
With her,
We have a question.
quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
On, when you said they gained employment. So, you don't need to name where, but in our area, is that where they
Yes, ma'am.
gained
Yes.
employment here? Locally? Okay.
Locally.
Page 8 has the 2 that are employed.
Well, I didn't go there.
And I mean, I don't know if you can see that sign. You're kind of off to
I
the
can't
left.
see it. Yeah.
And unfortunately, what's wonderful is the Florida Center for Students with Unique Abilities, when we have to go to our summer institute, they created this amazing poster for us. So when we got there, they had these all over the room of all of the different institutions across the state that had graduates.
Okay.
And when they put these together, they're utilizing their students and their programs to put them together. So unfortunately, some of the locations on the bottom are not accurate. They got us kind of goofed up with Fort Myers Technical Institute just because they're our neighbor to the south. So the ones where it says Under Armour,
Yeah, I was
they're not
wondering.
employed at Under Armour.
I was wondering, like, the only Under Armour I know is like the outlet.
No, they're not at the, and
Yeah.
we're gonna fix that. It was just one of those things, we got it, and we've just been running since we got back from the
Is it
Summer
south?
Institute.
Where did you say they got
Fort Myers Tech.
Fort Myers?
So
They have like
About
a
an hour and a
Under
half.
Armour
I think there's an Under Armour like outlet down that way.
manufacturing or something.
There's a store there, and unfortunately, I know that they had a couple of their students working there. That was one of the places that they were able to
Okay.
get some job employment skills at.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. Oh, there's one there. Thank you. Oh, okay. So next, we did have 4 of our students that were inducted into the National Technical Hall Honor Society, which was really exciting. They were very excited and very proud. Their families. It was just an exciting night to see them dressed up and excited to be able to go up and get their pen, and then they got the special cord for graduation, which was nice. We have been collaborating with other programs. We've been very fortunate. Allied Health has been amazing for us, and our building in general with the law enforcement officers downstairs. We have a great relationship with them, and they want to work with us. We reach out, hey, we have a question about this. Oh yeah, can you come on over? Hey, can we borrow some of your students to be patients for us to learn how to do transfers in the surgical tech room? Or hey, can we work on our interview skills for our law enforcement officers to learn how to work with individuals with disabilities? And then that helps our students too. Remember, do you have your ID on you? Do you know what kind of car your family drives? Do you know where you're at if you guys get lost? Have you guys established, oh, let's just meet over here. If we get separated, we're gonna go over by the big tree by the light post. So it's working on those kind of skills, which has been really great for our students this year, and that'll continue next year as well. We did create a pen pal program. Like I said, Fort Myers Technical is kind of like our big brother. We've collaborated with them since we started the program proposal process many years ago. Ryan down there and Miss Walden have created a great relationship in regards to sharing curriculum and materials, because we do utilize the same specialized career instruction for our students and the same textbook. So we decided to do a pen pal program with them, which was a lot of fun. At the end of the year, our students, we did like a FaceTime with them. So the students got to meet one another. They got to ask questions of each other. They got to share their classroom. Like, this is what our classroom looks like. What does your classroom look like? Just kind of talk back and forth. So that was a nice way to kind of wrap up our year for them. We do maintain the vending machines on campus as well. We think that's a great learning opportunity to learn about supply and demand, to learn about money skills and how to order items. So we do work on that with them as well. And then the program we found throughout the year, our students wanted to be gainfully employed. So throughout the year, we did work on finding them employment.
And maybe this is in here somewhere, but I don't think it is. When we're looking, like, once they finish the program for even this, well, it doesn't matter whether the students go through stage 1, want to go employed, or they go through stage 2 and they go in and go to, the bakery, or go to, what the programs we can offer them. Regardless, when they leave to go find the employment, right? What are we doing to, one, help them find the employment? And what I mean by that is, I know we're going to help them through the process, but like the actual employers out there who are willing to employ, right? So like, how do we find those? One, and obviously us 5, well, Charlie's here, but he's hunting, are obviously connected in the community and meet with people all the time. And so how can we help encourage or get new businesses that aren't on the list already to be a part of potentially the hiring process?
Okay, so the two parts to that. The first part is through the Florida Center for Students with Unique Abilities, we tell the families as they come in, because our students come to us and they get a scholarship to attend, and everything is paid for. And I tell them there's always a catch. And the catch is, you can come and be in our program for 1 year or 2 year or however long it's going to take you. But after that, I need 5 years of information from you. So we keep track and we will keep tabs on every student for the next 5 years. And our families know, if you're trying to find employment, let us know. We're going to help you. As we go through the program, and the students in the first year are doing those interest surveys to figure out what it is that they really want to do, because a lot of times there's a lot of stuff that you don't know what you don't know. And Ms. Walden goes through a caveat of different surveys to figure out, what is it that you really like doing? Do you really want to do this job? Once we find that out, we try to look for people in the community that are close to where our students live to find job opportunities in those areas.
Okay.
A lot of our students are fortunate too. They do work with Voc Rehab. Some of them still have Voc Rehab counselors that work with them to find employment. And we try to assist any way that we can to make sure that once they get the employment, what do we need to do to stay employed? If things are happening in class, what can we talk about that are going to help you build better relationships with your colleagues and your peers when you are out in the community?
I mean, I know that, Publix is always great. My brother worked there. My brother worked at Goodwill. We have a lot of local, but there may be some businesses don't even know that this is going on.
And we're very fortunate. Our
able to be a
advisory
part of
board is very diverse.
Yeah.
We have a lot of unique individuals who are there who come from a bunch of different areas. So that's kind of like, this year we have another individual who's asked to join, and she's a community member. So another great way to have somebody out in the community who is able to provide resources for us.
Are we, when I say we, is the Manatee School District, and I'm looking, like you may not know, but is the Manatee School District one of those that we will help and hire and bring someone on?
Any question I have asked of anybody, because we did have a student that was looking to
Maybe they
get
love
a
being
job.
in the outdoors, and
Yeah.
so we can bring them in and or whatever, right?
They've been
Custodial,
extremely helpful.
whatever.
Anytime I've
Okay.
asked, it's unfortunately the one job that our one student wanted, there were no openings.
Gotcha.
Because he wanted to do like custodial janitorial work.
Yep.
We were trying to find a place by his house, and unfortunately it just didn't work out. And I had talked to Rusty, I don't know what Rusty's real name is, but Mr. Rusty, and he was fantastic, and he's given us his whole entire training manual
Okay,
on how
great.
he trains his employees, so we could do that with our students. Now we kind of covered some of those, like, this is how you clean, these are the things that we're looking at. So anytime I ask, everybody has been so gracious and helpful
Great.
in anything that we need.
Yeah.
Mr. Choate, if I can go in too. So you had asked about trying to find employers who would like to be able to hire students. So I think there's a lot of opportunity, and I remember Ms. Spray talking last time we had, she asked about manufacturing.
Yeah.
So the best way is if we find somebody in our community who would like to hire and give these students the opportunity, there's two ways we could do it. We can go through our coordinator with Ms. Giddens, and she could be able to help make those connections. The other part of it too is when the students get a job, MTC, as the college, reports to our accreditation agency that there's different jobs that come up to different points, per se. So if they're being trained in baking and pastry and they're working at Publix bagging, that is an okay job because it's kind of close to it. But if they're working in the bakery, then that exactly matches. So COE, the Council on Occupation Education, always wants our students to get a job in what they're trained in.
Right.
Because we always said, well, you can get a job at a local fast food place, but that may not be that you got trained with automotive or something. So that's the first part. We're always trying to find that job that matches what they got trained in. So then your question was about reaching out to the community. We reach out, and the community can reach out to us. We usually go through Laura Roberts because she does the connection with the business and industry. So if there's somebody out there who might see this and say, hey, I'm interested in that, I'd like to try to be a part of that, that's one way they can try to connect as well. At MTC, Baking and Pastry, he also has his advisory committee that has outreach to different job opportunities and different business partners. So we kind of have a two-way street to be able to help out that way. And then like Dawn said, we try to get it closer to home to help the students. But part of the course too is to be able to help the students be able to look at different job opportunities. And the last one that you brought up was about the district. So I know that we have lots of needs in the district, and we have lots of job openings that could help out with the students. We had talked about custodial, we had talked about food services. If they get more into the mechanic side of it, maybe I keep hitting the microphone, sorry.
It's okay.
Maybe they can work with our different departments. You saw somebody who was in construction, maybe they work in maintenance and helping with different things. So there is opportunity,
Right.
and I think as we continue, we can make those connections. So being the first year, we're happy they're off the ground. Now we want to try to let it grow. I'm
Great.
sorry.
Nope. Ms. Spray had a question, and then Mr.
Right.
Kennedy.
He touched on it a little bit there on like manufacturing. And I said this before when we started this a year or so ago, about how some kids can do repetition things. And that's where manufacturing comes in, is doing repetitious things. Are we telling the chamber about what we're doing with this? And does the chamber know that? Because they have a lot of people looking for, or businesses that might want to partner with us. Have we reached out to the chamber?
That's one of the ways we're going to expand this year.
Okay.
Again, our focus the first year was,
Crawl before you run. I get it. I get
Right.
it. I get it.
I've mentioned it before, I always believe in building that foundation because it's nice and strong. So I think we have a nice solid foundation. So now we'll start the outreach and we'll go to the chamber. We'll invite the chamber in. We could do tours of the program. And the hope is that we could take the students and take them on business tours for them to be able to see the businesses. So I think right now we can start, that onion can start growing and we can start
So
building
this
those
is
layers.
something that we can talk about at the chamber retreat when we talk to, because there's a lot of small business people there, little factories and that kind of thing, that I can envision seeing someone from this program going to those places. And I understand there's risk and all of that, but there's also a people have a heart, and they're willing to take that risk to help that student, because you think about the potential that this student could have by going through this program. When I shook some of those hands, they were so excited. I remember many of those students that came across the stage. And it's not only about the person who gets the student into their place, but it's also the pride of the student that gets to work there. So I like that we're following them for 5 years. I think that's going to be fantastic to see this little program. That student is now doing this, something that you would never imagine that student would be capable of. So, but yeah, the chamber would be the next step, I guess, yeah.
Mr. Kenny?
Hey, first, let me do a little mic check. Is my sound coming through okay?
Yeah, we're good. You're good. We got you.
Okay. I just have a couple thoughts, and Chad, you already took one of them, which is what is the school district of Manatee County doing to facilitate job placement? And I appreciate the answer that we heard. But first, I want to welcome Dr. Kirk. This is an interesting transition week. We did a recognition of Doug Wagner on Tuesday, and here we are Friday, and Dr. Kirk is making her first appearance. So welcome, Dr. Kirk, and I look forward to meeting you in person. And welcome anytime we can recruit candidates from neighboring excellent school districts. Says a lot to me. So it's nice to welcome you here. This is a really exciting idea. I'm really happy to learn more details about it. So in such depth. One of my heroes of our school district is Tracy Swart, who for many years has been our I&D teacher at Manatee High School. And Tracy has always facilitated an atmosphere of inclusion for I&D students. And it's really cool. It's just really heartening to learn today that that spirit of inclusion with this program will continue into post-secondary work for these students. And it's just really, I think reaching out to the chamber is a great idea, because there are many employers who probably don't even know that have positions that could be filled. This, as Dr. Gansmer said, let's crawl. Let's get a foundation down and make sure we're doing it right. But this is one of the things about the school district that I really love and appreciate. This kind of work to make sure all of our kids and young adults are on a path to success for the future. So that's it for now. Thanks, Chad.
Thanks.
All right, we'll go ahead and continue on through the presentation.
All right, so our clubs and organizations, HOSA is on our campus, clearly, because we are on the allied health floor. So we were really fortunate. We had some students in there this year. Dr. Merck was fantastic with making sure that they were included and that they were able to participate. So we did the t-shirt design. Spirit Week was a big one for us. Our students really enjoyed that. We looked into the competition aspect, but none of our students were interested this past year, and that was okay. So hopefully maybe this year we might have a couple that might be interested in participating in one of the HOSA activities. Carrie and I created the Sigma Upsilon Alpha because a lot of our students wanted to be a part of a club or a group or an organization. So we did this just to kind of have something for our students to do, to kind of express and share what it is that they do and that they have with everybody else. We were fortunate, Dr. Gilray got us connected with the Family Resources, and we did a toy drive for them in the beginning of the year. During Developmental Disability Awareness Month, our students kind of created little pamphlets that we share, just kind of explain what it is that a developmental disability is and how individuals work with one another. And then throughout the year, we did assist with different staff developments on campus. I'm excited to say that moving forward next year, we're looking to do some stuff with Skills USA on the main campus, as we are going to be going there once a month with our class, just because we know after last year, we're learning. So every month we'll be on main campus, just kind of checking out the programs, seeing what's available to them, and kind of working on those Skills USA type skills, because there's a whole category for individuals with disabilities to participate. So that's something we want to take advantage of for next year. In regards to certifications, our students did get the American Heart Association Friends and Family CPR card, and then we did work on our ServSafe for culinary. Collaborations, these are just some of the individuals that we've been collaborating with this past year, and I know it'll hopefully grow this year as we move forward and we get a little bit bigger, every year a little bit bigger, a little bit better. So those are our collaborations. And then our advisory board, we did grow our advisory board this year by 2 more people, which is really exciting. And our first meeting will be held in October. And then just moving forward, the rest of these are just pictures of our students. Like I said, we're all over the campus anytime we're looking to need help or they want someone to try something. You'll see we have students that were getting casted They were in the Surge Tech operating room. We were getting facials. They had to learn how to book those, set their times up, make sure their schedule allotted for it, that they weren't missing out on any of their clock hours, taking their breaks during that time. So it was a good learning opportunity.
So for our year 2, we have 10 students that are enrolled that have begun. And what we're looking at the beginning of the school time is we'll be getting acclimated to the MTC campus and also taking them over to the main campus as well. The idea behind the program is the students have a curriculum that they need to follow for self-development and career development, but at the same time, it's about having them on campus with the other traditional students. It's about having them be a part of the culture on campus, and it's about the campus understanding and accepting the students for who they are, what they can do. And I think MTC has shown that it's been successful not only for the SUA students, for the Project Edge students, but also for the students on campus. So the beginning months, they'll be getting acclimated to MTC. They'll be doing introductions with each other, with different people around campus. They'll be doing their self-interest. They need to find out who they are and what they like, and they may not know yet. And that's part of self-discovery. They'll be working on the materials that they're working on of the book. At the same time, you know, it's the regular beginning of school stuff. Okay, here's the rules, here's the attendance, this is what you have to do, here's the student handbook, sign this page, bring this back. You know, everything's pretty much the same as all the other schools at the beginning. And then they'll start the curriculum. Last year, again, the inaugural year, we were working on the program and the curriculum, but didn't get a chance to jump into the certifications quick enough. But now this year, now that we pretty much have everything laid out, we're going to have the opportunity to be able to jump into the certifications on the front side now, to where the students could be able to earn as they go through the year. And so again, ServSafe, OSHA, CPR, and things like that. So we're excited about the opportunities for the students this year. So if someone says, how many people are in the program? Right now we have 18 in the program. Because we have, even though one went to a university, it's a different experience, and that's the whole purpose of it. That's going to be on campus. It's a university thing. Some of the programs around the state have residential. We're not going to be doing residential. So, but for more information, if somebody really want to know, we have the code on here that they can kind of scan, or they can go to MTC's page, go under programs, and look for Project Edge to be able to do that. And that's our presentation for today, and we thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Real quick, just follow up, just so people know, how are we communicating? I mean, again, you learn to crawl, then we'll walk, then we'll run. So we've gone 8, now we got 10. I'm assuming the goal is that let's go 12, 15, you know, we continue to increase. So how are students, whether in our school or even adults that are not in our school, I know the answer at the end of school. How are they getting? How are we telling them that this program is even out there?
So first off is going to be the Florida Center for Students with Unique Abilities. All of our information is listed on that website. So whenever there's any type of family, like the Family Cafe that's in June over in Orlando, they're pushing everybody's program there. So that's one of the first ways that we're letting individuals know. We also participate in the agency fair that happens typically in about February here in Manatee County. We were invited to attend an agency fair up in St. Pete in September. So next month I'll be heading up there on Saturday to do just kind of a, hey, this is Project Edge. We're meeting with all the other programs that are up there. They're having a get together for all of their families. And then within the school district, we reach out in February when the applications come out. We let all of the secondary IND and ASD teachers know, all of the department chairs. We send out the email, the robocall goes out, and we just kind of let everybody know, hey, our application process is open. We then reach out to like the Haven, Easter Seals, our other friends, and just be like, hey, it's open if you have students that you think would be interested, please have them fill out the information.
Awesome. Thank you.
Just what day are you in St. Pete, did you say? Saturday?
I am not quite sure. They haven't sent me my registration yet, but I want to say like the 27th is sticking out in my mind. But there's a day of September. September, at the end of September, they're having, I don't know if it's like our agency fair, but they're having a fair up there for all of their families to come get information, not only for post-secondary options, but for their students just in K-12.
Okay.
Ms. Shannon?
Good morning. That was a good presentation. Thank you. So I think we've talked about this a little bit before, the transportation issue, and I'll review just a little bit. When I was at an area doing some volunteer work with some of our high school ESC students. This was in the spring, and then I asked the the lady who was with them, I think it was a pair, I said, what are the opportunities for our students after high school at MTC? And she said, well, there are opportunities there, but a lot of them have transportation issues. And then so Dr. Ganser and I started working on that. Did you and I have that discussion too?
Yes, we
Yes,
did.
we did, right, at MTC one night, right? So it sounds like that you guys have done really good homework, and there's a handy bus service that is available to these students. So could you, I read your email, but could you just expound upon that a little bit and how these students might be able to get some county transportation to get to MTC to take advantage? Because it sounds like they could use the EDGE program. They just have to get there, obviously. So
Right, and I'll give a first part. I'll let Ms. Giddens fill in too, because she's did a great job chasing it down. Because as you mentioned, it was discussion, so we chased it down, tried to do the research, find out what we could do, what the school system can do, and so the county does have the handy bus system that's able to help students with disabilities. They actually go on to get the application. So right now we do have that information on the MTC website. So it's listed under two areas. It's under the Project EDGE area and also the disability service area on the webpage. So if someone's interested and they want to participate and come to MTC and they need help with transportation, they can go on there. There's a little bit of information. There's also a link for them to get to the application. But typically they would apply, and then once they receive or give all the information that they need to, the county will accept that and be able to help with the transportation. I do know that we have a couple of students with disabilities who are in our traditional programs. I think they're taking advantage of it. They were able to get that, and as well as it's not only Project EDGE, it's for if somebody like that wants to go to our regular programs for the school as well. And I'll pass over to Ms. Giddens if she has something to add to that.
Just at orientation with our students, we have orientation typically in June for our incoming class, and I let them know about the handy bus because last year we had a student utilize it, and we actually have 3 students this year who are utilizing it. So we give it to them early because it is an 11-page document, and while the first half is like basic information, the whole second half is medical. So it takes a little bit of time to get with your physician, to get all the paperwork filled out, and then get it sent back into the county for them to accept.
but it is happening, though.
It is, yes, sir, it is.
And how does it work? Do they like schedule a time for
So
pickup?
it's a 30-minute window, so when they set it up, they'll tell them, okay, you have 15 minutes before, 15 minutes after the time that you've asked to be picked up that we can come get you. And then they pick up the student, they bring them to campus. At the end of the day, our students are outside waiting at 2 o'clock, and if the bus is there, great. Usually it's there, hasn't been later than 2:10.
Okay.
So they'll get picked up and then they'll head home.
And it's kind of door-to-door service, so to speak, or school-to-door
Yep.
service? Great. I'm glad to see something's working out in that area. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was great. Hopefully, come February, we'll have even more people, and it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Next is our apprenticeship program.
Yes, sir.
So
So
MTC
we'll
is
transition
off.
to our apprenticeship program.
Let's do it.
I'm going to invite up, it'll still be myself, Dr. Kirk, and we'll invite up Mr. Roberson, so he's going to join us next to us. And thank you, Ms. Giddens, for being here and rushing over to be a part of our presentation.
Thank you.
You might want to move your name tag in there so that it's,
You don't have to move seat. You just
no, not
grab
your
your
seat,
name
just
tag.
your name
Yeah.
tag.
Instead of John.
So you're not Dawn anymore. There you go. Thank you.
And then Kevin, you can move the presentations to your right. The packet. Yeah, right there, there's a presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to share another program that we have. It's more than just a program, it's an opportunity for students to be able to get even additional training to be highly skilled workers for our community. And we really like the apprenticeship because if you think about education of job skills for a workforce, MTC has programs, we have instructors, we teach the students go out and get jobs. The apprenticeship program's a lot different though, because it's more, it's a closer relationship with the businesses, because the businesses have a big part of that apprenticeship program. So today we're going to be presenting to you about our apprenticeship programs that we have at MTC, and we have our program supervisor with us as well. So I will go to the next slide. I will turn it over to Dr. Kirk, and she'll give us some background on apprenticeships, where it comes from, how it works, and then we'll kind of transition like we did with the last presentation. Thank you.
Hello again. So for apprenticeships, the great thing about this is an opportunity for employers to have their employees get additional training, and generally they actually become journey workers afterwards. They're getting advanced training. So a lot of our MTC programs, obviously outside the apprenticeship world, our goal is to get students in the door, get them hired. For the most part, they're going to be making a really good wage, but at that entry position, right? It's a lot of their first jobs. So apprenticeships are a little different. They're actually already employed at an employer, sponsor, somewhere like that, and that employer needs additional training. So we have two parts of apprenticeships. It's RTI, which is related technical instruction, which is what MTC does. So these apprentices come onto our campus about 7 hours a week, and we actually give them some hands-on and theory-based training on advanced items. In addition to that, the employers then have them employed full-time while they're going to school with us. So they're getting about 2,000 hours of full-time work on the job. So it's a combination of RTI and OJT for them to be an actual apprentice. Once they're done with the program, they actually become journey workers. So they're at that advanced level where they're able to get obviously higher wage, higher skills, and it helps the employers because they're not having to do that theory-based and hands-on RTI instruction that they may not have the ability or time to do. So right now, we actually have 7 active, which is a big increase from last year. That's a lot of the work that Mr. Robertson has been doing, which he'll talk about shortly. But we have all 4 levels, so levels 1 through 4, and the levels are years, basically. So apprenticeship in year 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it just depends on what they need to learn, how long the apprenticeship is. So on our campus, though, the RTI is about 144 hours a year, and that's because they're working full-time. We don't get them all week like we do our regular programs, but they are coming to us during the day or evening, depending on that employer need. And Mr. Robertson actually works with those specific employers on who do you have for us, what days or nights can they come in, and that kind of thing, because we really cater this around the employer's needs.
I'll step in real quick before we pass it over. So if you think about the apprenticeship programs, you have to be a registered apprentice program. And I know you guys have done a great job helping us by approving things for us applying. So we applied with the state. So MTC is a registered apprentice program. So that means we can now expand. And like Dr. Kirk said, we did have a chance to expand our programs, and we'll continue to expand. Mr. Robertson probably can't tell you exactly which ones we're expanding to right now because we can't really say stuff until all the blocks are lined up, and then we can roll it back out to you. But we're always consistently looking for what we need to do. So we're excited that MTC did apply, and we are on that list, and that the state did accept us. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to Mr. Robertson. He can give you some of the play-by-plays of where we are with the numbers and funding and different things like that.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and we're just really excited about what MTC has in apprenticeships and the direction that we're heading. I know I've talked to several of you about our program and where we're heading. We have had apprenticeships at MTC for the last several years, especially in early childhood education. But since the last couple of years, we've had the federal push and the state push to increase apprenticeships. We've been actively working towards that. So in 23-24, I'm going to kind of give you just a rundown as far as where we are, or where we were, and then where we are now. And so you'll hear me talk about sponsors and who's sponsoring the program. Sponsor is the person that actually applied to the state to get this apprenticeship started. Okay, so like early childhood education in 23-24, we are currently the sponsor for that program. And we had 3 levels when we started in this year. There was 18 students. Our electrical and HVAC, they were sponsored outside sources. And so electrical is sponsored by Technical Education Council, and MACA is sponsored by the Manatee Area Air Conditioning Contractors Association. And so those sponsored for those 2 programs, so like Tech for electrical, they work with 75 active electrical contractors within this area. And so we have students coming from all of those contractors that are funneled through Tech to us. And that's how we get those apprentices. And so there's 39. And then HVAC was MACA, and they have 25 active that they're working with now. And we have 9 for 23-24 year. So that's where we were. So If you move over to 24, 25 last year into the growth we had, so there's a lot that goes into getting an apprenticeship from just registering to identifying to recruiting to across the stage to that completion level. There's a tremendous amount of work that goes into that. And we had 72 apprentice net gain from that year. And so some new programs that we work with is PGT, and that's the window installer. And so we're really proud of that program. We've went from 6 in 24, 25, that's where we started, to currently we're looking at approximately 40 students for the PGT. So that's really growing. That particular program, we are enrolling students from as far away as Miami. It's online. We're doing students from West Palm Beach, East Coast. So ultimately the goal with that is all across the state of Florida that we're going to be pulling in the students. And it's a web-based training that we're using for that. Early childhood education, we continue to increase that. We also have a pre-apprenticeship program with that as well. Electrical, we increased that as well, increased levels. Low voltage, and also offer a Spanish class for those that are limited English speaking. And so that total is 72 is what we net gained for that.
Sorry.
Yes,
Quick question. I know this is about apprenticeships and not pre-apprenticeships.
it is.
But I do want to ask.
Yes, absolutely.
So, because this is something that Josh Matlock and I at Career Suncoast talked about years ago, and I think we're just like with Project Edge with the apprenticeship in the beginning. It was like, hey, I think it was like Cortez, whatever, and then all of a sudden, 66. Now you've got 150, 160 or whatever, 168, right? 148. So I mean, we're doubling, tripling. Just like that, right? The pre-apprenticeship, we have early childhood 5, right? And pre-apprenticeship is when you're still in high school, correct?
Pre-apprenticeship is not when you're still in high school. No, it could
Okay,
be. It
okay.
could be.
It
but
could be.
It could be, yes.
Okay. So that's not what these 5 are, though.
They're not.
Okay.
They're not.
So I will then not ask this question until the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I address
Yeah.
what you said, though? So
Yeah.
currently, ACT, which we considered the career and technical education secondary, as opposed to MTC post-secondary. So with our secondary programs, we are working with CareerSource right now to establish a pre-apprenticeship program for construction.
Okay.
And again, it's an application that has to be put together.
Sure.
We have to have
It's not an easy
businesses.
process. I get it.
It's not an easy process, so
Government.
we are very close to being able to present it to the board for us to be able to send it to the state for Manatee County Schools to have a pre-apprenticeship program for construction. We're looking at Bayshore High School and Palmetto High School to begin. But then once we get that first apprenticeship with construction, we can open it up to the
Sure.
advanced manufacturing others.
Yeah.
And it is for high school students that will be on campus. And the idea would be they would be able to do OJT in that apprenticeship to be able to get those hours. And they could get the RTI in class on campus. So we have 2 pre-apprenticeships that we're
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah.
So one is with MTC.
Yeah.
And then the other one is with the school district. Again, when we get closer to that,
Gotcha.
that will be not necessarily a presentation, but that'll be an item that you guys would approve for us to
Yeah.
send to the state.
Then I don't have a question. But Ms. Spray does.
I do.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to, on all of these slides on number, I don't have number, level 1, 2, and 3. Can you explain level 1, 2, and 3?
So when they start, so when an
Right.
apprenticeship comes on board, they're on a level 1. That's where they
Okay.
start as level 1, and then after they complete that, that is a year-long course. Then they'll
That
advance
1
up.
year is, first year is level 1.
That's
So
right.
L2 would be second year,
That's correct.
and then 4, 3, and 4.
That's
Okay,
correct.
that's what I wanted to make sure of.
Yeah, and each level
then-
is that 144 RTI, 2,000 on the job. So each level's pretty much set up the same. Might be different days and times and all of that, but it's those same requirements. Minimum 144 of classroom time, 2,000 on the job time minimum.
2,000 on the job time minimum for adults, not high school, because I
No,
I can
this,
imagine
none of
that's
these,
too
no.
much.
I messed up this whole
Apprenticeships
thing.
aren't high
Talking
school
about
yet.
pre-apprenticeship high school. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm like. Well,
no
there's no
apprenticeship
way.
is actually offered to high school because they're working. They have to be
Right.
working full time. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Apprenticeships is it's adult students. It's an
Right.
adult students working a job, 40 hours
Well,
a week.
I get that, but I also know there are places that do apprenticeships for students that are in high school, mainly seniors, I'll say, mainly seniors that are in, they've got their credits pretty much by the end of their junior year. But they're looking to get a job instead of going into a 4-year, 5-year degree where they can actually go into a place and work 4 hours a day. So I didn't know if we have that kind of apprenticeship program, or is it all through this MTC?
Well, I can kind of chime in with that. That gets to the point of what some call it, what some want it to be, and what it's really called.
Right,
So sometimes internship can be considered an apprenticeship because, oh, well, you're interning with us, but we're.
Right.
So that can be kind of confusing sometimes. And sometimes businesses say, oh, well, I want you to be here to be, my apprentice and stuff. But with the legal ease of education, we're just kind of rolling out the apprenticeship, the RTI, the hours in the classroom, what we have to do. So that person who says, oh, they're apprenticeship, they're in a program from high school, it's not necessarily by what FLDOE calls it, but it doesn't mean that that student's not getting great experience. It could be an internship, it could be a job shadow or something like that too.
I'm gonna throw another term out that is old school, journeyman. Do you remember the term journeyman?
Still use it.
Yeah.
Do they
We still use it.
That's what
Or-
they get. Yeah. They
Right.
call them journey workers now, but it's the exact same thing. So that's the final credential. That's
Okay.
what the apprenticeship leads
Okay,
to. Yep.
and that's where you're actually working
And
with.
that's who the apprentice works with on the job. They
Right.
work, they work with an identified journey person.
Okay, because that's an old term that people used a long time ago, is journeyman worker, so.
Well, now it's a
anyway.
person.
Yep,
We had talked about
It
levels.
could be a woman.
We talked
Right.
about levels. There are opportunities that some people who want to go into the apprenticeship program have enough skills that they could go in at another level.
okay.
So not everybody has to go in at one because they could have great experiences or certifications, whatever they need to. And maybe they could go in at as a 2. But I'll turn it back over to Kevin.
All right, thank you.
And so for the 25-26 school year, if you look at that slide, it's just the N represents the new levels or programs that we've brought in for that school year. And so you can see that the growth that we've had just in that 1 year is, it's been, a lot of work has went into that to get this started. A lot of these are starting off slow, just like you said, they're trying to hit the ground slow and then trying to take off. It's like we did with PGT where we went from 6 to 40. A lot of these that we're hoping is going to be the same way. Our pharmacy technician program, we're really excited about the growth with that and the partnership we have with Manatee Memorial Hospital. And then 2 more that we're looking at coming in spring is the plumbing and culinary.
Yes,
Both of those are in high demand right now.
yes.
The next slide kind of shows you who we work with as far as partners. Like I said, PGT is our current sponsor of our window installer program. If you look down at pharmacy technician, Manatee Memorial Hospital, merchandiser, we're working with Gold Coast Eagle. And then culinary, we're looking at Oysters Rock Hospitality. And the Technical Education Council is sponsoring our new plumbing program.
Awesome.
And the next slide shows a lot of our industry and business partners that we have here locally. But like I said, this does not include the 75 that's on there from our electrical, from tech, and then the other additional ones from MACA as well. So there's a lot of industry that we're supporting and local businesses we're supporting here in Manatee County.
That's cool.
So in March March 26, 25, we received the opportunities, the POG, Pathways Opportunities Grant scholarship, and then or what am I looking for?
No, we received the grant, and the funds for that grant
Yes,
was $299,202. And so In that grant, it's going to be able to help pay for part-time instruction. It'll help it pay for some of the equipment that needs to be used or obtained for the students to be able to work with the apprenticeships, and also help with supplies with that. This grant is offered yearly, so we do plan on applying as much as we can, and we'll put as much as we can in the grant. As long as they keep approving it, we'll keep doing it.
And that obviously helps our cost to run the program.
Yeah, we don't get tuitions for apprenticeships.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah, for the apprenticeship, you don't get tuition.
correct.
So the overall goal of the grant was to increase the number of registered apprenticeships that we had.
Gotcha.
But it was in a select number of programs, so it's kind of how it was built. And that's what we're kind of focusing on. So we got money for advertising, for supplies, materials, salaries. Goes into that as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
So what we're looking at as far as the growth of our apprenticeships, we talked about plumbing and culinary, also looking at in manufacturing and semiconductors, and then also working with Manatee and Sarasota counties. We've been in discussions with them as far as lift station technicians for that. It's in high demand.
Good.
So we're trying to develop a program that that we sponsor, or one of them picks up and sponsors that program, where we can get that running through our electrical instrumentation program, so we can identify those.
I think the cities and stuff need. I mean, I know Bradenton does big time, right? Like, you've got you've got people who are retiring that were those technicians and were those folks running it, and there's really nobody to replace. And so that's great. I love that we've been in communication with counties, and obviously I'm sure municipalities will jump in when they can.
City,
Absolutely.
county,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the last page shows a little bit of the funding that we use from the grant, from the PCOG grant. That was used for our marketing, and that's like a lot of these flyers that went out through social media. Our plumbing went out through the Business Observer, and it hit 80,000 hits.
Really.
500 clicks in just a week, and then and so we've had that's just one. That's just for that plumbing. So we've had a lot of different marketing strategies for that we've used, and for that money.
Ms. Felton?
I just wanted to commend you on how amazing this is. You all know I'm a big fan of MTC. And the way the program keeps growing, and we're not just resting on our laurels because we're awesome. You know, we keep adding new things and new opportunities and working with the community and bringing local businesses in. And I think I'm so impressed with everything that you guys are doing with this and Project Edge, and to be able to service so many people in our community. It's just, I'm always excited whenever you have something going on. So I just want to thank you.
So right now we're projected at close to 200 apprentices coming in for this next school year.
Awesome.
I just got a quick thing.
Yeah.
We're advertising all of this to all of the people who build in our community, not only our schools, but the county and the city, their projects as well. Because here you go, we're creating plumbers, electricians, HVAC workers for you, so they're all aware of this program.
Who's
I'm
sponsoring
sure,
the
right?
plumbing? Now that you
Right.
mentioned plumbing.
Right.
That's
Who-
Technical Education Council.
They're still doing it?
Yeah, they're doing that one. That's the one's gonna be coming in. A
I
lot
know
of
Aaron
this,
Energy was really big at
That-
one point. With,
That's what I was
with
gonna
us.
say, people like Aaron Energy, I mean.
yeah, so a lot of it, the employers are upskilling their workers. So they're using the apprenticeships to come in to get, for a minimal cost on their part, to upskill the employers that they already have.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Mr. Chapman?
Ms. Sprague, on your point, the MTC team doesn't know this yet. I just wrote it down. Is that at the chamber retreat,
Right,
where I just spoke with Jack the other day, is over 170 business and community leaders get together, and we literally do what this is, talk about, you know, how to improve our county. We've got a couple of speaking spots, but one of which is on a Friday afternoon. We're going to revitalize our business partnership program that was at its height, you know, several thousand partners in our schools, and then COVID knocked that out, and we quite haven't recovered since. But we've added some team members, and we're going to revitalize that. So we're going to launch that at the Chamber Retreat. But now after hearing this, at the same conversation of launching our business partnership program, I think it'll be wise to do some of these slides to talk about this,
Yes.
not only MTC's work, but really the apprenticeship program. So we'll present this in front of our business leaders and community leaders at the Chamber Retreat in September.
That's,
Ms. Felton?
there you go.
I have a question. So when you have apprenticeship students, do they have to go to MTC first as a regular student, or do they just try and register for an apprenticeship? How does that work?
So the registration is going to go through the sponsor.
Okay.
And so if it's one of our programs, then we do the registration for that. If it's a sponsor like Tech or MACA, then they go through Tech, and Tech identifies those workers.
Okay. So, say I wanted to be a plumber.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a
So if they call us, if they want to be a plumber, they call us. I put them in contact with Tech, and then they get them set up. If the company that they work with is not on their active list of employers that they work with, then they will set them up and get them set up as a registered employer.
okay.
So they handle that, and then once I get the contact information, the approved list, then I reach out to them as far as the application.
Okay. I want to see how that
Yeah.
process works. Thank you.
What about someone who's not employed by a business yet? They call MTC. Obviously, if they're just looking, hey, I want to get the education first and then try to find employment. But if it's like the other way around, does that work?
So take for instance our window installer, PGT. We get a lot of phone calls on that. They want to be in that program. And so I field those calls, and then I have a list of employers in the area for the windows and glass, because they have to be in that dealer network,
Yeah.
in PGT's dealer network.
Correct.
Installers. So I put them in touch with dealers that are in that network, so
Okay.
they can look for them for a potential
Gotcha.
employment.
And maybe they need somebody, maybe they don't. I mean, that's just
Right, that's it. But we have a list of ones like
Gotcha.
Sarasota Glass that may
Good.
be hiring, and then so we kind of put them with
Cool.
those.
Good.
And then two more things, Chair. If there's a business that isn't a part of that and wants to be a part of that, they can reach out to Kevin and say, hey, listen, I heard you're doing apprenticeships for whatever this is, and my business does that. Can I be a
Yeah.
part of that? So then just reach out to,
That's a great thing with the
reach
chamber.
out
The
to
Right.
chamber
Mr. Robertson,
retreat.
and then
Right, that's what I
he
was
can be able
saying
to talk
earlier
to them
about
about
the
that
chamber.
business.
You know, even with the Project Edge, you know, working with the chamber, because they have so many connections. You know, we do
Yeah.
too, but I think this is great, and I'm glad you got a spot to present some of this. Yeah, I don't know who's
Yeah,
presenting it, but
and some of these companies like Oyster Rock is John Horn.
Right, right.
So you know, you could tell already, and obviously Mr. Horn's obviously, if he is still he's the vice chair now or
Right.
of the board
Yeah,
of
he's on
governors
our
For
board
like
of
air
governors.
of
energy.
MTC. So it's working. But to communicate that community wide, I think is very wise, and that's what we'll start to do at the
Right,
chamber.
just like the air and energy.
Mm-hmm.
That's HVAC, plumbing, and I think electrical, all three in one. So I think that's a great, I'm glad you did that. I'm glad we're doing that.
And so go ahead. So our culinary, we're going with John Horn. So we're next week finalizing our state application for that through Oyster Rock. But we'll be able, as a sponsor, to bring in other companies with that local employers in that. So that's why we chose to sponsor that program.
The last thing I wanted to share about the apprenticeship program is MTC always gets calls about, well, how come you don't have this program at the school? And plumbing is one of them. Plumbing is a program. It is sponsored by the state through frameworks. It can be offered as a program. The problem that we have, if we have it as a program, is there's such a high need, the students get hired out of the class before they finish the program.
Right.
And then the accreditation agency says, you don't have enough graduates, what's going on? So that's why we don't offer a plumbing program. Now, if somebody wants to learn about plumbing, we have it through construction technologies as like a unit, but that's why we have plumbing as an apprenticeship program, because a lot of people will get hired into plumbing, they need more training. How are they going to get it? Through the apprenticeship program. So there are a lot of programs that we don't offer on purpose because of that. And there's a lot of times where we have to decide, okay, we have to sunset that program because they're being hired too quick, or our area doesn't need that, whatever that skill is anymore. So that's the other reason why for apprenticeships, it really helps out our community to their community needs.
Yeah.
That's all we have for our presentation. We want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to show how great MTC is. We're very proud of the school and the teachers and the students and all that it does. It really is a large community that is here in Manatee that supports the school, and I feel the school supports the community as well. And we want to thank you for the opportunity today.
Yeah, no, thank you guys very much
is
for
great.
coming in and presenting both those great programs. And yeah, look forward to both of them growing and much more success for MTC. So,
Yeah.
and thank you, Dr. Kirk, for coming in first time. Welcome.
Yes, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah,
Appreciate
absolutely.
it.
And nice to meet you, not really meet you.
Yes. Right, from across the room.
Board, as they go and we kind of shuffle people in, we're going to take a recess. We'll just go 10 minutes, so we'll come back at 10:15. We're in recess.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, moving on to our next topic, which is the discussion. I don't know exactly how we labeled it. The discussion of high school AAA. Obviously, we had a pretty robust conversation last week about this during our marathon day of meetings. Thank you for everybody else, for everybody coming back out and coming back for the discussion. We got Mr. Penley back instead of him driving around looking for land for us in Northeast Paris. So I want to start this off board just from a kind of a culmination of what happened last meeting, and I think we definitely need to come out of this meeting with give a direction to staff on how do we move forward. We know that time is of the essence if we're trying to open at a certain date, right? So I think that a couple things that I'd like to just kind of get a consensus, and then we can move forward on some discussions. I think number one, the idea of do we need a school, and that's our only option is to have a school at this site. I think that's kind of a done deal. I mean, I know we looked at other options, right, with Braden River, adding capacity and different things like that. I don't think there was a consensus on the board that said, hey, that's a good idea or not. I know Mr. Tam, you brought up mentioning the boundaries and changing all the way to Greenbrook or something to accommodate that. So I don't think that's an option. I think, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the only real option was, we know we got to do a school here. We kind of, and I'm not talking about capacity, like which way we're doing it, how much we're doing all that, but I believe that we got to do it. That was what I would say coming out last meeting. That was number one, is I think we've got to do a school here, and that's our option. How we do it is another story. That's something we're discussing today. But I thought coming out of the last meeting that it was pretty much, we need something, right? And if I'm wrong, we can obviously discuss that. So then the second thing I would move to, if we know we got to have it, the second thing is, when do we want it, right? Mm-hmm. Before we even get to the what the scope is, when do we want it? And I don't know if that was necessarily a full consensus on that, but I would say now. I would say that because it's got to open in 2 years, right? Like, it's not going to open now, but it's going to open in 2 years. So if whatever we do there, whether it's 1,000 or whatever we start there, we want it to start in 2 years. And so we got to start now. I would assume, and you guys can obviously tell me no, but I think that would be a now conversation. Whatever the scope is, that's the third thing, right? We'll talk about it in a second. But I want to make sure we are giving the staff direction of, yes, we want this. Yes, we want it started now. And then the third thing is going to be, what's the scope, right? So I just want to make sure we get those first two. I mean, are we good on that? We think that we want this to start now so it opens in 2027, and we know we need the school.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree, we need a school, it's just the timing and the cost.
Yeah, but that's a whole, well, so let me ask you timing. Are you talking about timing as in, you don't think we should open it in 2 years? You think it should be 3 years or 4 years? Because that's what I'm the scope, the cost, all that is a whole nother topic.
Right, well, I was gonna wait for some of my comments when we go through the deck, because there's, just like this handout we just was given.
Right.
Braden Rivers says that the enrollment is 1641. But in the staffing plan that we got, and I don't know what month we got the staffing plan, 5/25/5/29 is when we got the staffing plan. Braden Rivers says that the projection of total students will be 1693. So that's, that's 50-some students right there. So I don't know, and that's the kind of thing I'm looking at. Like Lakewood Ranch, the staffing plan is pretty close. Okay, they have on the sheet that was handed today, has staffing of 2528, but the staffing plan in May was 2358. So did we increase?
You mean the enrollment? The enrollment.
Enrollment, right, the enrollment.
Yes, so that increased.
So we increased that much. And then parish is 2401 on the sheet.
You want to
Right.
talk, Mr. Jensen? You want to talk a little bit about
10-day count.
about that?
I'm happy to.
Yeah.
So, it's the way we project in staff schools is part art, part science, right? We have models from the state. We have our local historical models. We sit down early in the 2025 school year in January, February, and we're looking at projecting out so that we can do school allocations, school budgeting, what we expect each school to have. And like when you see the staffing plan, you're referring to those numbers. Those were estimates based on how many students are zoned to that school, how many are rolling up from local middle schools, historical trends at that school, and that's like our best guess at that time. That second number that you're looking at today is, as of 3 p.m. yesterday, what is the actual enrollment at those schools? And you can see that in many schools we're pretty close, but especially as you referred to with Parish and Lakewood Ranch,
Yeah.
the enrollment is much higher than we forecast several months ago. And so we've had to add staffing to those schools. We do we really do a review after 10 school days. We call it the 10-day count.
Right,
So
10-day count.
at the 10-day count, we're going to be, we have 2 days allocated where we just sit in a room, look at all the schools' numbers, all the school allocations. How did our projections line up with the students that are actually there in seats, and if any adjustments need to be made at the school level to ensure that we have, we meet our class size requirements. All of our students, have a good class size in which to learn, and that our schools have the appropriate staffing for the number of students that are there. So that's kind of the
And
process.
this is that's why I brought the staffing plan, so I could point out to the public and to my colleagues here, in May at Lakewood Ranch, the projection was gonna be 2358. And where are we at now? August, right, already. We're projecting 2528.
That's how many are currently in.
That's
Right,
not projected.
currently,
That's
right,
in.
currently enrolled.
They're
I'm
coming.
sorry.
They're
Let me
here.
change my terms. Currently enrolled. That's a huge jump from May to August. And that scares me. So I don't think the question of if we do or do not need a school is my problem.
Right.
I feel we do need a school. It's what we build, how much it's gonna cost.
Sure.
And we already know where.
Yeah.
And the when,
Agreed.
and the when is probably, we do have to make a decision now for when it's gonna open in 2 years.
Yeah.
So that, when I started looking at those numbers, I'm like, okay, now we just gotta decide, and that's not, I didn't even talk about Palmetto, or Parish. Parish is, the projection in May was 22, and it's now at 24.
Yeah.
So that just shows you can project, but the reality is the growth is what dictates what we have to do. And I've said it from day one. We don't create the growth, we have to respond to it. And when you look at the plan that was presented at the last workshop and meeting of how many houses have been, or 44,000, I think it was over 44,000 have been permitted. We don't know how many are going to be permitted in the next 2 years. That's the thing. And that's okay, what do we need?
Sure.
How big, all those kind of things. Because even I don't need to be on my soapbox so long, but even looking at our capital and all the stuff we went through, Lake Manatee. I mean, we built that, and now we're gonna do our COPS this year, or the next year, to do the addition. So that's what you know, you gotta kind of look at, okay, we probably should have just went ahead and did that part then. I don't know. So,
So you agree? So I'm not talking about the scope yet and how much it costs and things like that. You agree then that it's got to be now. Like we need to make some type of decision on whether whatever we spend, however big it is, etc. We got to do it now.
yes.
To have it open by 2027. You in agreement with that?
Hi, generally, I just have one question maybe for Mr. Rinaldi and the staff. I remember when we signed the contracts for the schools that are opening in 25, it seemed to me, when did like the spring of 24, is that when we signed those contracts? Or do you remember? How much lead time do you really need to get, if we want to open up this high school in September of 25? I mean, I know earlier is better, but you know, when do you?
27, this would be 27.
Oh, that's what I meant, 27.
I mean,
Yeah, when do you really need to have a final decision from the board?
right around today. because we-
Like before noon or like?
Right now, our architects are moving forward to, with 100% design. We're looking at the month of September to do the development of the initial GMP, and then, you know, breaking ground sometime with getting an early GMP to you in late September, 1st of October. So we need about a month's time plus. So we've continued with design. Now the thing is getting the construction manager under contract and getting him to start working on that first GMP for us, which would be in September and early October. We would see those numbers so he could break ground. Now keep in mind, that is for the smaller of the campuses. So if we do add some of the items back, then we've got to take a serious look at how the phasing is going to work associated with that.
Okay. Thanks very much.
I had
I'm good with it.
Okay.
27, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
I
Hold on,
guess,
Mr.
I guess
Kennedy.
we'll get, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy was lit up. Go ahead.
Fine.
Mr. Kennedy, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm here. Sorry about that. Couldn't unmute for a second. Colleagues, there's just one thing here that's giving me pause. As far as do we pull the trigger on this now, or and I just want to bring up the topic of the economy and interest rates. I think this is just my opinion, but I believe there are multiple economic indicators that show that we are heading toward an economic slowdown. And with that, interest rates will fall. And my concern is with borrowing money at the current interest rates we have. When I've said this before, and I don't know the exact numbers, but it's if we do a COPS, if we borrow money, if we borrow $200 million to pay for the full scale model that we have, and aside the volume of email and comment we got from the Lakewood Ranch public has definitely weighed on me, and a lot of the arguments that were made by Lakewood Ranch residents have moved me. So I do think we need to do the full scale version. I mean, we talk about equity all the time for Title I schools, but I think we need to have equity for all of our students. And we shouldn't have, a scaled down model. So my mind has changed on that.
You jumped
But
ahead. Jumped into topic 3. Go ahead.
Right.
I'm messing with
Sorry.
you. I'm messing with you.
But if we have a drop, I don't know the exact numbers. I mean, our financial team can sort this out. But just generally speaking, if we see a 1% drop in interest rates, I think that's going to save us tens of millions of dollars. And is it worthwhile to potentially put this school opening off to 2028 in order to save tens of millions of dollars in interest payments over the next 10 to 15 years?
So,
I'm
sorry.
So I'll stop there. But
Yeah, no, you're good.
I just want to leave you with that.
Did you have something on this? Because I do have the. Yeah, go ahead.
So then my question would be, per Mr. Kennedy's point, when would we actually physically request our borrowing of money? I mean, would it be this week when interest rates are higher, or would it be a couple months down the road when interest rates are expected to be lower?
That's
I
the
mean,
seller's question. Yeah.
Mr. Choate, you know, you do this
I was
for a
going to
living.
chime in on some stuff on that, but I will in a second.
We met with our financial advisor
Yeah.
this week as well, and he was saying that he himself has seen that he projects it's going to be lower just in the next couple months. So that's what I was wondering on that timing.
Right. So with all discussion, I have been in discussions with PFM, and I do have some information I can provide as you guys keep going through your different topics. The timeline for the current discussion that we were talking about was we would have been bringing to you almost similar timeline to last year's comps, where in October we'd be bringing something to you, and then after that approval was obtained in October, that would be then set in the timeline with all of our, offering statements and stuff, and they would be watching to determine when was the best time to have it go to market, and by being able to bring it to you guys in October, we're poised and not having to bring it to you guys in a hurry because they want to be able to
Time it.
pull that trigger.
Okay, so then there would be that balance of not rushing to do it. We would be watching the market, and we would be doing it at the right time.
Correct.
Versus doing it today.
Right.
Yeah, and keep in mind, you approved the resolution at the last board meeting for reimbursement. So typically with a construction project, it ramps up slowly. So that early part through the end of this year, you're not going to be spending $50 million. It's going to be a smaller portion that we would look to be funding internally until we get the cops, be it first of the year, wherever, and then we would reimburse. So.
Okay. Does that also answer your question, Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, to some degree. I mean, it's interesting information here. I mean, the timing, does matter, and
Right.
the allocations with which we are taking on the debt at certain interest rates. But I mean, I'd hate to see us borrow at 7%, and then a year from now rates are 5%.
And in
Anyway,
addition,
I'll leave that to the pros.
In addition, we have always said PFM also does look at our particular debt that we have, and if they think it is timely and right to be able to be doing a refunding, they will do that. It could be within one of the comps that we happen to be doing at the time, or something private that they do in a separate transaction on the side. So it is something that even the current debt that we do have gets relooked at.
So like when we refinance our home because interest rates have dropped by whatever?
We can do the same thing.
Yep.
Okay, it's the
We do
same
the
thing.
same with the
Okay,
comps.
Yeah.
cool. Thank you.
And I'll go ahead, Mr. Chapman.
Ms. Sellers, do we have an idea of what possibly the interest rate could be in the next couple of months?
Yes.
If we did go to market?
Yes, we put some information together to be able to show that. Do you want to pull up that slide?
Well, just roughly, because I heard just
4.5.
Mr. Kennedy say
Yeah.
about
It's like 4.5.
7%.
4.46%.
Right, so just repeat that.
4.46%. Instead of, Mr. Kennedy, you're talking about like the prime and 7%, and I get that. And so that's why I just want to reiterate a little bit about this. So, one, I think to Mr. Kennedy's point of an economic recession or not, et cetera, depending on who you talk to, they're going to give you different opinions on either one, right? I think there's some indicators, there's been stuff going on. The tariffs actually having a quarter to go through. That we're seeing some numbers and stuff. I will say that I don't have any of the people that we invest with and work with that are saying there's going to be an economic downturn in the next year. I'll say this, and then going back to that, but that's one thing. The second thing with the interest rates, when you look at what the Fed has done historically, within a year, they typically do not drop interest rates more than 25 bips, 50 bips, basis points, at times or when they're doing it. So I don't see, and I've not read of anybody that thinks 2026 of August next year, we would have like 1%, all the way 1%. It may be a quarter, and we're talking about from the prime. We're not talking about from what we are going to go get. What we go get and what we go offer is we're a municipal bond. So we're offering way less than, not way less, I don't want to say that. We're offering less than corporate bonds, your regular companies. So that's why it's 4.5 or 4.46, not what the actual prime is, or what you would go get a home loan for, unless obviously you went to Neil, like he said, and they're going to buy out some of that interest rate. So, but it's still a good valid point, Mr. Kennedy, talking about the timing of when to do the COPS, which Ms. Sellers, you just spoke about. We're gonna, the advisors are gonna say this is a good time, this is a bad time, whatever, and they're gonna be doing it by information way more than we have sitting up here at this desk, and talking to their commercial and bankers, investors, etc. But it's still, but to that point, even if we do put it out there, and interest rates were to drop, to what Ms. Sellers' point is, we can always, as Felton said, quote unquote, refinance, right? And so, so that to me is not anything that would, for me at least personally, push me to say, let's wait a year to do this to see where interest rates fall. Because at the same time, and of course I know I do this for a living, it's not timing the market. Like, you can't time the market. If anyone could time the market, there wouldn't be any of it. I mean, I wouldn't be here if I could time the market. Sorry. I'd be in like Cabo or something. So I think you can't time the market, but we can obviously adjust to those market changes in the sense of refinancing and redoing those loans or the debt service that's out there. So I still think doing this now is the pertinent thing to do. And Mr. Kennedy, I don't know if that's changed for you or not, but I just want to get through that portion before we jump into the cost stuff and our idea of what the school should be. And I know Mr. Kennedy jumped into part 3, so we know his idea.
I have a quick
yeah,
question
Mr. Tatum.
Ms. Sellers, is there a penalty for paying off COPS early? Do we pay a penalty at all, paying off our loans early, basically?
No, you can actually, with your 1.5 mil or leftover funds, if the construction project isn't as much as you had thought it was, it can actually be applied to the debt service.
So there's no penalty for paying off?
No, you can have early calls.
We don't ever do.
So if it's a 20-year level term, we can do it in 18, and we just make a call, and the people who bought those bonds, they get their money back, and they're out. See ya.
Right, but there's no, so if we did it in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 18 years, there's no penalty for early payoff of, I was curious to know that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, Ms. Spray?
To that point, if we don't spend all the money from that program, from that particular COPS, we don't ever take what we didn't spend, 3-4 million, and turn that back into repaying that COPS. We always just roll it over. I've never
I'm
seen
not,
that
I'm
we've done
not
that.
aware of past practice where it was needed. I think that it was used, to my knowledge at this point in time. But it is an ability to be able to do. But like lots of different times, and I think Joe can speak to this, if, depending upon how much it was, I think they look to see for those projects in the COPS, because it has to be spent within those particular schools that it was for. So, but I'm sure
Because
you can find
I
some.
know when we see on our agenda, 2 million, 3 million back on supplies and materials, I asked where that went before, and it was told to me it goes right back into the capital funds. So it wouldn't go back into the COP.
And that would be the case with sales tax, 1.5 mil. However, the COPS is a silo, so the money needs to stay in the COPS there. So what we've been doing with the 5 COPS projects we've got going on, the renovation projects, as the money is coming back, we're evaluating, did we value engineer something out that now with the savings from elementary A we could do at Palmasola or at one of the later schools. And we try to bring the value engineering items back. For instance, if we decided we weren't going to change carpet in the admin building, but now all of a sudden we've got additional money that within the COP silo that we can, upgrade that carpeting then we would do that sort of thing. And we're looking at that now at Onico and at some of the other schools. But once we're done with those items, then that money will go back to buy down the principal on the COPS if there's money remaining.
So when I look at the different COPS from 2015 to 2026 is the next thing. When we do that project, that COPS silo is not by school. It's just the COPS silo. I just want to understand that. So if you don't spend all the money on Project A within the Project COPS silo, you can use those leftover funds for Project B.
To a degree. I mean, we cannot significantly change the scope, like add another building.
Right,
We
right.
can't do things like that, but we
Right.
can look at some of the less expensive things that were decided in order to bring the project within budget. Is, you know, could we bring some of those items back? But we couldn't do a major scope without going back to the bond council and identifying, hey, we want to add a building, and then they'll evaluate it, and
Right.
we'd have to go through all the surveying and all that.
And they have indicated that if that were to happen, because as we look at the current projects for the 2023 COPS, they have indicated that if that needed to be, that could be something it's, that we would bring to them and they could evaluate, bond council would evaluate for us.
Right, because I'm looking at the COPS from 2015 that's projected to be done by 26, 27, am I correct? I was looking at that. Okay. And then from the meeting before, debt, the debt on the debt service fund, 46 million, you know, but our ending balance for that fund was 15 million. So that's kind of a little confusing to me, okay, but we still have a $46 million expenditure on debt services, and that's the COPS, correct?
I'm
I'm
not
looking
sure
at
what you're
page
referencing.
16 from the 5-year,
From last year, the 5 year,
the 5-year.
or last week's.
Oh.
Right.
oh.
It's all right. You don't have to
Sorry
do,
about
it's okay, because it was.
But your basic question is, the debt service that we have in there is coming from, is us paying cops.
Right,
Correct.
Correct.
right.
Yes.
So I'm like, you know, every time we talk about a new school and a new project, I want part of that conversation to be, can we get rid of one that we already have on the books? Add one, take one away. That's, to me.
You can't do that with new cops though, right? Like you can't say this cops is gonna pay for the last cops.
No,
Oh.
I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that is the vision that I think we need to get to. Hopefully, we can get to that. Because like I said, the one from 2015 will be done in 26, 27.
But you have to remember, I know you're looking at a timeline and you'd like to see
Right.
2015, 16 off. The way the financing works, like currently the debt that you do see there, you know, the 1.5 mil is actually used to pay for the debt service, except for the COPS 2025 and 26. So those 1.5 mils are used to pay for those. The 1.5 mil and that value, the state has a particular amount that you can use the 1.5 mil towards debt service. We've mentioned this before, how it, you know, the maximum is 75% of that millage money. So the finance people, they're not really looking at the years 15. We'd like to see 2015, 16, 17 done before we do another one. Instead, they look at the dollar amount of that debt instead of the years, like you were looking to see that a little bit less, because some people could have a COPS that's only $25 million in comparison and that's why the years aren't as much of a difference as the dollar amount of that debt instead. So,
Right.
so even though you would like to see those done, and you can see that those will be done well before they ever pick up a COPS 2023, you've got about three of those, but actually the older ones that you were mentioning
Right.
would be gone. But the finance people are looking at the dollar amount that's in the debt, not necessarily the years.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And remember, Ms. Spray, and Ms. Sellers is the expert on it, but remember, that's the threshold conversation, right? So you look at all the cops and, and so that's why all the experts, who we pay, but they're experts, and that's where they measure that, making sure that we're not at that 1.25 mark. And actually, they'd like for us to be half of that, which is 0.75, and we're well below that in our debt service.
Right.
So that's just like when you go for a home mortgage, right? They're going to look at how much money you make, how much credit card debt you have. Of course, some credit card debt is good, right? Because that increases your credit score. I mean, there's that balance, and then they say, well, here's what you can, here's what you qualify for. So that's where we're at, but we're way below where a yellow flag would be waved.
Right, I get that. I would never want to get up to the 0.75, to be honest with you. I think
Nor would
that
we want to,
be,
right.
yeah, I would never want to get to that level. I don't think we would. Hopefully, we would never do that, but.
Mr. Kennedy has it. I know, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead, I'm done.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Pardon me. No, I just wanted to thank everybody for the input, and the ability to refinance is not something that I was considering when I was making those comments. So that, I think, does put my mind at ease as far as spending. And but I guess I want to refute my own point real quickly too. That I taught high school economics. This does not make me an economist, but I know that if consumer spending slows, one place where it has to pick up to stabilize the economy is in public spending, government spending. And this district has certainly stepped into the void before and provided construction jobs when the economy was not in great shape. So if the consumer side is slowing down, then we as a public agency certainly have a role to prop up the local economy a little bit by providing those jobs. And if refinancing cost effectively is an option, then I think we got to move forward today. Thanks.
All right, so I think we finalized 1 and 2 now. We know we got to do it. We got to do it today. So the third topic, or the third thought, obviously for us today, is what does that look like, right? Before we get into what that looks like, I have off of everything that's kind of been talked about and said with the cops, I have a quick question on, because Ms. Sellers, you just mentioned this a second ago. The cops that we would put out today, like if we were to do cops for 26, what are we paying those cops with, right? So obviously we know we can do impact fees, 1.5 mil, right? So if we were going to do 100 million, whatever, it doesn't matter what the price is, how much of that money is coming from impact fees and 1.5 mil?
It's on there.
For the 2025 that we just had, 100% of the impact fees is booked for that debt service.
Okay. So that means that no taxpayer money is
Not the 1.5
is
mil,
moving
it's all
those,
impact
because that's the 1.5.
Right.
Because impact fees are people who are moving and buying houses, they're paying for that.
And
What
it
about
has to be used for new construction.
Correct.
So 2026, because it does have, the high school is the largest project, but you do have the Myakka Elementary, which is a renovation.
Okay.
So that is not new construction. So in looking at the addition and the new high school, those would be paid for impact fees. About 20% of the cops we're talking about, though, is Myakka.
Okay.
Myakka is not eligible to be used for impact fees. That's
Gotcha.
why we'll have to use the 1.5 mil for that one. So let's say it's 80% impact fees going for whatever is the cost of the new construction,
Gotcha.
high school in addition,
Okay.
and then about 80% of, the amount that we had talked about, that we had brought to for the reimbursement resolution. The other 20%, let's say that's the value
For
of
Myakka.
Myakka
Okay.
Elementary, that would be 1.5.
That would be the 1.5 mil. So the new school, the addition to Lake Manatee, paid for. Obviously, we're gonna do cops, and it's gonna be paid for by the impact fees.
Impact fees, yeah.
And that includes, I mean, we're talking about that. I mean, that includes the interest that we're going to be earning. I mean, getting from this, like 80% of all cost is impact fees.
Right.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we got, because as Ms. Spray was talking about, ones falling off and moving forward. You know, those old ones, like you said, are being paid by the 1.5 mil.
Right.
And these new ones, well, last year's is 100% impact fee. This will be 80%. Okay, so brings us to this third topic, which is probably going to be obviously our biggest topic to discuss.
Can
Of
I,
course.
first of all,
Yeah.
when you're saying that, you just said that the school is going to be paid for by impact fees, but the Lake Manatee was impact fee and sales tax. According to the 5-year capital deck that we had last week. And then the Lake Manatee addition is going to be a COPS 26, correct?
And that part,
And
impact
then
fees.
the new high school, again, it's not impact or sales tax, it's COPS.
Yeah,
Correct?
Oh, sorry, the
but
debt
cops-
service will be.
But impact fees is what's paying the cops.
Okay.
So if
I
we
got
say
it.
it's cops that are paying for it, those bonds that we put out, the impact
COPS is
fees,
the loan, the impact fees is the payment.
how we pay it.
Right.
So
I just want to
so-
get that clear.
yeah.
To
to
clear out
everybody.
there. Right.
Absolutely.
Right, that's, need to know the whole circle.
Yeah.
We're borrowing the money, and impact fees is gonna be paying the loan.
Correct.
And, Mr.
That's
Chairman,
a simple way to put it.
could I also remind you that I brought an impact fee study to you last year. You approved it. We sent it over to the county commission. Ultimately, they adopted it as a countywide ordinance. And it had multiple tiers in there for timelines. So the impact fees that we're collecting this year are above what we've collected in previous years because we changed we changed the way that impact fees were assessed. However, it's important for you to know that on September 9th of this year, the impact fees will increase again,
From the
and they
county.
will do
Saw
that again in 2026 and again in 2027.
Yeah.
At that point, you probably need to do a new impact fee study.
Gotcha.
So
yeah.
your fees are going up every year.
Yeah. So we're getting more than what we've ever
Yes.
gotten before. And with not only just because of the amount of houses, but also the actual fee itself. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, Ms. Chapman.
Can I just ask Mr. Penley a question?
Sure.
So,
Granted.
probably educating me, but the public, right?
Yeah.
Impact fees, right? I hear that all the time. We just mentioned it, right? So, a school like this is being built on 100 acres rangeland and, you know, where it is.
Yes.
So, what is the impact fees? Does that mean that the new homes being built around there, the people who are building it and the people who are buying it are paying that fee, and then that's what we use to build that school? Or does it mean that somebody who lives not in that area, right, let's say Palmetto or West Bradenton, that somehow they have an impact fee that's paying for this new school? Maybe just do a little.
Okay, so
Thank you.
it's a great question. So the way the impact study works is, of course, we look at census data, we look at local construction cost for schools because it's all based on capital improvement. So impact fees do not fund operational side of a school district. So we and we look at the total number of dwelling units being built, the tax base that we're getting, and the impact fee is based on that amount or the delta, I guess, between the tax revenue that we're bringing in off of millage and what a school actually costs. So our impact fees, I can't give you the exact range right now because it varies based on square footage, but we're averaging, I think, around $6,500 per dwelling right now. But your question is, who's really paying for it? Well, the impact fee study is done on a district-wide basis, meaning we don't have sub-districts where if you live in Lakewood Ranch, your money is just going to Lakewood Ranch schools. So someone that lives in Palmetto may be paying for an impact fee for this high school that is in Lakewood Ranch. And the reason for that is because there's so much mobility now, whether it's by choice or whatever the reason is, that students don't necessarily live in their zoned district. So again, it's applied countywide. Does that answer the question?
To new dwellings.
To new
Yeah,
dwellings.
so new builds.
Right,
New
so
builds.
new builds.
To
right.
new builds,
Right.
and there are exceptions. There's a federal code and statutory exemption for what's called housing for older persons. And as superintendent, you'll probably see those come through sometimes and sign that we've reviewed all your documents and you're exempt, because they really don't have any impact on the school district. We love them because we get the revenue stream from millage, but they have no impact. So we don't charge them an impact fee.
Just one more question.
Yeah.
Sure. So essentially, it's a one-time fee, and the idea of it, and then correct me, the idea of it is to, because homes are being built and the community is growing, the idea is you're making an impact on the community, and so those fees are then used to then improve the community to help build out the community for what is being built, right? So essentially, that's a one-time fee to us to say, well, you're coming here, the population is growing, we're going to use those fees to build new schools to handle this growth.
So, yes, you're correct. And another point that you just made is it is for new schools or additions to schools. It's for capacity enhancements. It's not to go in and remodel an existing school.
Thank you, Mr. Penley. Thank you.
Yeah. So I did the ones on board. Do you guys have questions about that conversation? I don't know if you guys are still on board. Ms. Spray, did you still have a question or no? You just didn't click off.
Well, when we get into what we're gonna pay
Okay.
and all of
Okay.
that, I'll
Did
say
you have a
that.
question or did?
Well, let's go on to topic 3.
Yeah.
Not a question, I have comments. But,
Okay.
Whenever it's time.
Yeah, that's fine. So, I mean, I want to start off with like where we're at. We know option this one right here was one that we talked about. I think it was option 2 theoretically or whatever. I think in our presentation last time. Basically, that was 1,000 station, 1,000 students, no athletic fields, kind of doing a collegiate type style, etc. And that was one option, obviously, that we've already spoken about. I'll say I'll just kick this off with my thoughts of everything transpiring, and I'll just be really honest. Like I said last week, I'm the one that asked about adding a classroom or an area, 6-pack, whatever, to Braden River to see if can we move that capacity to maybe we push this off, etc. I'm the one that's been very somewhat on the fence of like when do we do it, like Mr. Kennedy said, timing, etc. Over the last several weeks, especially this week, talking with some people, getting public feedback, seeing numbers, not only from Mr. Neal who talked, but also, and I think everybody is going to have a chance to go see Mr. Jensen and SMR. I only believe we have one option, in my personal opinion, and I believe that option is to basically copy what we did at Parrish. I think that Parrish is already at capacity. We just added, or they're not at it, but they're near capacity. We just added a 6-pack, or I think a 6 or 8-pack there. Within 4 years, we started the addition to a school that was ready for 2,000, right? So like that's how quick Parrish was. Ms. Spray just mentioned it's already 200 more than what we thought it was going to be. Lakewood Ranch is already 200 more than what we thought it was going to be. So without even redistricting and doing lines to help the capacity of Lakewood Ranch and Parrish, if that trend continues, 200, 200, 200, that's 600 more kids already when the school is being built and ready to open in 27, right? From this year, next year, and the year after. So we're already at 600 kids. If we just kept with trends, right? And I don't believe trends are slowing down or stopping, and nor does anybody else out there. And when I say them, I say the people who are doing this as a profession, developing land. So I don't think there's any other option than to do what we did at Parrish, because I think all we're going to do is delay the inevitable, and create where we do 1,000 today, and then 2 years from now, we're doing another COPS to add another 1,000 on. Well, what's obviously we don't know the interest rate and things like that, but what's the cost of building at that point? Has it gone up 5%? Has it gone up 10%? You know, in recent years, it's gone up 15, 20, 30%, right? Mm-hmm. So that's my concern is, and I know the discussion is going to be the price tag, how much we do, et cetera. I get all that, but I don't think we can do anything else than what we did at Parrish, which is a full-fledged high school. That's my first opinion on getting some of the data. And when I say full high school, I mean the athletics. I think I love the idea of a collegiate academy and having something like that there. Doesn't mean every kid has to go to it, but I love the idea of having some kind of an academy there that you could do collegiate, because I do believe we would attract some kids who are going to some of the other schools in the area that offer that. And I think the students that in the area already would really like that and benefit from that. But I do think I think it's a Parrish, exactly what we did at Parrish, the exact kind of setup to where we're ready for the pad to add on when we need to. But I think we're going to have 2,000 kids in that school already. I just said about 600, right? If we do another 1,000 from just our numbers with the redistricting, that's 1,600 kids. We're over 1,000. So we're going to be sitting here in 2027 as we've already done the redistricting and say, ooh, man, we already got to add something. To Ms. Spray's point with Lake Manatee, we probably should have just said, you know what, and just did the addition, because we're having to do the addition and we haven't even had the ribbon cutting yet. Like, think about that. We haven't even snipped the ribbon, and we're adding to the school to be just finished. So I don't think this is in my personal opinion, I don't think it's a debate. I think we got to go a 2,000 school station or 1,800, whatever it was at Parrish, a full-fledged high school, because that's what's going to be needed. On top of that, everybody has seen. Obviously, we had a public comment this morning. Everybody's gotten the same emails. There was a petition online.
Yeah.
500 people signed. And those 500 people are the people who are paying for this, or 80% of it. The people who are commenting to us, writing to us, are the ones who are the new builds, who paid the impact fees, and they're paying 80% of this COPS. The 20% is everybody else. I don't see how we can't do. I just don't see the point of doing anything else other than a regular high school. And I wasn't in favor of that 6 months ago. I wasn't in favor of that 3 months ago. I'm just going to be honest with you. But that's what's that's what getting all the facts and knowledge is. So I'm going to just open up to that's my thoughts. Mr. Tatum, then Ms. Felton is next. What it looks like from a standpoint of if we did the Parrish, what that costs, other things like that. That's open debate. We can open that, but I personally would not be in favor of just 1,000 and not having it, because I think we're just denying the inevitable, and we're going to be sitting here doing another COPS in a year or two to do what we should have done now. So I'll step off my soapbox. We got Tatum, Felton, Spray.
Okay.
Real quick, Ms. Sellers, for the new cops that we're planning on doing, are they going to be 20 or 25-year bonds, do you think?
They give us both options,
Okay.
and the 20-year level bond is what we have been doing in the past with the other cops.
Okay. So I'm not opposed to the 2,000-seat high school. What I'm opposed to is the cost. So, which we're being told is around $100,000 per student station. Right? If you go out and look, and we've had this discussion before, if you go out and look at the charter schools that are being built around here, per student station, they're being built $25,000, $30,000 per student station. It's not exactly equivalent to a high school, but we were still, the plan for 1,000 seats was no stadium, maybe a gym. It was essentially a middle school. It was essentially a 1,000-seat middle school. And it was going to be $107 million. That's $100,000 and a little bit more per student station, when the charter schools are building for $25,000 to $30,000 per student station. Now we might say, well, are we getting a lot more bang for our buck, right? Are we getting, you know, are we really, are all our schools A's and B's and all the charter schools are C's and D's? And that's not necessarily the case. I mean, it's pretty close, actually. I did the numbers the other day. We have 15 charter schools, 46% are A's, 27% are B's, 20% are C's, and they have 1 D. Our schools, 36% are A's, 20% are B's, 42% are C's, and we have 1 D. So if we were getting that much more bang for the buck, I'd say, okay, you know, I'm willing to pay 2.5 to 3 times more per student station for these schools, but I'm not willing to pay that much more. So Mr. Kennedy said, I remember at the last meeting, he was kind of joking, I think, right towards the end of it, and he said something to the effect of, Mr. Tatum, if you can figure out a way where we can build our schools like charter schools, you're going to get the Nobel Prize. Anybody remember that? So, you know, I have the book, what is this, Florida School Laws 2024 edition, and I spent, you all know I've kind of been working on this issue for 6 months or so. So I will read to you from the Bible of Florida School Law, Section 101.3.385, School District Construction Flexibility. A district board may, with a majority vote at a public meeting that begins no earlier than 5 p.m., adopt a resolution to implement one or more exceptions to the educational facilities construction requirements to provide a school with the ability to operate in a facility on the same basis as a charter school pursuant to statute 1002.33 in parentheses 18. And what does that statute say? That statute says, and I quote, charter schools, with the exception of conversion charter schools, are not required to comply, but may choose to comply with the state requirements for educational facilities of the Florida Building Code, adopted pursuant to 101.3.37, which is the SREF code in the Bible of Florida School Law. What that essentially means is, at a public meeting with majority vote, apparently done after 5 p.m., we can't do it at 4:57. Apparently, because the law says after 5 p.m., we can exempt ourselves from the SREF requirements. And I've run this by Mr. Dye, and he concurs with that reading of the statute. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a relatively new statute. Hasn't been interpreted that I could find. So reading it in the plain English that it was written, I agree with that interpretation.
Okay, thanks. So now I'm going to send you all an email here, and it's going to show you a chart. So let me send that. It's too bad I couldn't get all this information to you in advance, but you know, planning for a meeting among us apparently is not a good idea because of the sunshine laws, so we're not allowed to plan, so we have to go through all this right here at the meeting. I couldn't get this information to you in advance. But if you open up the link that I just sent you, you will see that what it is, it is a chart of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rinaldi, this chart is an average cost per student station per, or if somebody, is this an average cost per student station as calculated by the Florida Department of Education across, like what it has been and what it's projected to be? Is that what this chart, you know what the chart I'm talking about here?
It's a metric that they set back in, I believe, 2006,
right,
where they had the idea that a cost per student station was a metric that could be used to identify reasonable construction cost. Since that time, they have exempted all of the districts through 2028 because they realize that cost per student station is not appropriate when it comes to construction. They're looking at cost per square foot, which is the industry standard, and they're also looking to regionalize Florida, because right now, to believe that Escambia County could build at the same cost that Miami-Dade is ludicrous. So they've recognized their problems. They've sent out surveys to all of the facility professionals, and they've requested for the next 2 years, whenever we do construction work, to submit it to them so that they can actually identify what a reasonable metric is, and on top of that, you know, they need to regionalize it so it's appropriate.
Right. So and I understand all that costs around the state are going to be different based on where we are, but this chart is dated August 2025. So apparently they've updated it recently, what they believe reasonable costs are. Is that?
They update it annually, and they put I think they increased the cost by the consumer price index, which was another issue that everybody was having with this, is that construction costs aren't tied to the consumer price index.
Okay. However, if we look at the line August of 2025, cost of high school student station is $40,868. And we're proposing in the plans that have been given to us more than twice the cost per student station.
Yeah.
More than twice the cost for that. And we're not one of the highest, we're not Miami-Dade. We're just not Miami-Dade. So all that being said, we can't exempt ourselves from apparently from the SREF requirements. We also have local design criteria that we have in our school system. And, you know, Mr. Rinaldi and the staff have built us some very nice schools, and that's all very good. But when we're talking about being double of what this number is here on this chart, when we're talking about being almost triple of some of the cost per student stations that the charter schools in our area are being built for, and providing, at least according to the statistics that I just cited, about the same level of A and B schools that we're doing, I just don't know how we can justify spending 2 to 3 times more per student station. So what I'm proposing, and I've talked to the charter school people who build schools, and they have a very different model of how they go out and do their proposals. They basically have a budget, and they go out to the builders. And for instance, when Ola Elementary was built, the people, Dr. Jones over there, they wanted to build their lower campus. They got together and they said, this is what our budget is for this school. And they went out to the builders, normal builders that we work with. And the normal builders came back and said, we can't build your school for that budget. And Dr. Jones and his staff said, okay. And so they kind of threw their net a little wider. And they found some builders. They said, yeah, we can do it for your budget. And they built it on time. And it's open. It's being done. The budget that what you might call the normal builders told Ola was $30 million. And they got it built for $13.2 million. Half of what the builders were telling them they had to spend. And if you're out there and you're a builder and you're listening to this, I mean, you have a product and it's very good. And if you tell us what your product is and you say that's how much it costs and we say, maybe, well, we can't afford that, that's fine. I mean, that's your product. That's your Cadillac product. And I'm not demeaning your Cadillac product, but we have to bring down the cost of building these schools. It's for every $100 million that we borrow, and I did the math on this in a mortgage calculator, at 4%, which we're actually talking about higher than 4%, for every $100 million that we borrow on a 20-year bond, it's $45 million total interest payments. If we do 25-year bonds, it's $60 million on interest payments. So we were just told we're going to be a little above 4% possibly, but I'll just stick with that for round numbers. So I would suggest to us that we come up with a budget for the school, and we put out a maximum student station price, because we can exempt ourselves from the SREF requirements, and we have our own control over our own design requirements. And we just say, because our job as a school board definitely is to set policy and to set budget, and that we just say, this is your budget for the school. And we're not, I'm not planning on I have a number in mind. I don't want to lowball it. You know, I'm not going to go out and say, oh, $5,000 per student station or something like that. But my number would be, you know, the process we would have to do here is, number one, at a meeting after 5 p.m., exempt ourselves from the SREF. And then number two, we can just set a budget. Let's say, because again, this number is at 40,868. Let's say the budget is $50,000 per student station, and that is to include FFE, which stands for facilities, furniture, and equipment. Is that what FFE stands for?
Yes.
And we give the staff that budget, and we say, this is your budget. Go forth and build us a nice school. We want a stadium. We want a gymnasium. We want an auditorium, and go out to the builders and make it happen. And again, that's 20% above what the cost of high school student station is. Now, that number apparently doesn't include FFE. Is that correct on this chart that I'm looking at, Mr.
Correct.
Rinaldi? Is that correct?
That number does not, I think it includes professional services. It approves it includes the actual building and any site work within 5 feet of the five feet into the building. I don't believe FF&E is in that number, Mike.
No.
No.
So, in a conversation with Mr. Chapman the other day, he told me that I brought up the cost of $100,000 per student station for that original plan with 1,000 seats, and he said, well, that doesn't include, I think, FFE, and basically we were looking at $87 million. Like, if you were trying to compare apples to oranges, because the numbers that I cited before for the charter schools at $25,000 to $30,000 per student station doesn't include FFE. He said 87 million was what that original plan would have been without. Is that, did we get that right in that conversation? Or?
The building and the site allocation for the $107 million would be just under 75 million, 74,636 would be it would be the appropriate number to begin to look at student stations.
Okay, so that's about $75,000 per student station for 1,000
but
seats.
I mean, there's also the professional fees. I mean, there are a number of items that are exempt from that, including site work outside 5 feet of the building. So keep in mind, utility connections, parking, any drives. None of that is included in that number that DOE puts out. Their form, FCO, I think it's 460, specifically identifies the items that they want in that number, and it does include the majority of the site-related work as well.
That's true. So if you go over to Lakewood Ranch Prep, and they have a different model there, they actually, they're under Charter Schools USA, and actually, Charter Schools USA kind of gets the building built, and then they lease it back. It's kind of a complicated thing over there, but they're not paying anywhere near even $75,000 per student station over there, right? They're very much.
No. I mean, when they calculate their student station, keep in mind they do not have to adhere to class size. So where we have a classroom with 22 students in it because we adhere to class size, they claim 30 students. So their numbers are significantly inflated when you don't have to meet class size and meet SREF. And that's how their numbers get reduced so significantly.
And they're an A-rated school. I will bring up.
And I've got a slide that we put together that compared a charter school to what we're doing. Can we pull that slide up?
I was going to get to that once we got through everybody, but you
Yeah,
go
we
ahead.
can,
But-
we can. we
We're
can
on
let-
it now.
We can,
So-
we can,
Yeah, we're on it now.
or we can let Ms. Chatham.
So
I don't
that's
think-
that's all well and good, but the reality is that they're an A-rated school over there. They have a black box theater, they have science labs, they have a turf field, and so their schools cost significantly less than what our schools cost. So
The cost difference on a cost per square foot basis between theirs and ours was 16.95%. It wasn't 3 times.
okay,
They're paying on a cost basis $469 a square foot, where we're paying $565. So it's a delta of 95. They don't have a full kitchen. They have a warming kitchen. Once again, they're showing 30 students in classrooms that are around 600 square feet compared to our 850, and we're still right in the range of what we're talking about right now.
so that's interesting information, but for me, the bottom line is that we're going to have to figure out a way to not pay $100,000 per student station for our schools, because I'm not willing to put the taxpayers on the hook for hundreds of millions of extra dollars, not only of borrowing, but then hundreds of millions of dollars of extra interest payments when the law says that we can exempt ourselves from the SREF, that we have some control over our internal design criteria. And so what I'm suggesting is, I'm even maybe willing to go up to $60,000 per student station to provide a little more leeway, but I'm not going to vote for a 2,000 seat school for $200 million. All of that which we have to borrow on a 20-year bond, which at the interest rates we're talking about is somewhere in the neighborhood of $90 to $100 million of extra interest, which then makes it cost $300 million for that school. And then if you do, that's even more per student station. So my recommendation is that we vote at a public meeting to exempt ourselves from the SREF, and that we provide a maximum cost per student station as a budget for the staff. There are other examples around the state of schools that are building nice schools with the amenities that we want for the prices, for a much lower price. And again, if we can exempt and we can from the SREF, and give the leeway to the staff to work on our design criteria, we can do this school for a lot less. And that's my opinion on the matter. This has to stop. We can't just keep running up the credit card. It's not ethical in my mind to put the taxpayers on the hook for all of that hundreds of millions of dollars of extra spending and interest payments when we have the possibility of lowering our costs through using the legal means that we have. And again, I can tell you that the charter schools do this differently. They go out with a budget, and they find, with a reasonable budget, and they find a vendor that will provide the product that they want at the budget that they have. I know that Olaf, for instance, is building they want to build a new pavilion, and they went out with a budget, and builders came back and said it was like $400,000 for this pavilion, that the bids that they were getting, and they said, well, that's above our budget. We don't want to pay it. And lo and behold, someone's going to do it for $199,000, basically, because their budget was about $200,000. That's what they told the builders, and a builder came in and said, we'll do it for $199,000. So just to summarize, and thank you for letting me go through this, but I needed to, because this is very important. I recommend that we exempt ourselves from the SREF based on the legal requirement that I talked about in section 1013.385, that we set a maximum amount per student station. We decide how many students we want, and then we give the direction to the staff that that's their budget. Go forth and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton. And Sprague Kennedy.
Okay, so going back to the option 1 or 2, I wanted to give my opinion on
Yeah,
that one.
yeah.
So looking at option 2, if we did the collegiate school option, it would end up being a choice-only school. We can't require the people that live there to go to a collegiate school if that's not what they want to do. I would have to expect, because otherwise they're going to
Collegiate only.
yeah, if it was collegiate
Okay.
only.
Okay.
I think we would have to make it a choice-only school, which means that now we're going to really not be able to do a lot of changing with zoning, because anybody who doesn't want to go to the collegiate school would need to go to Lakewood Ranch, Braden River, or if they're further up north, Parish, and I don't see that that will relieve the growth. I really love the idea, and as you said, maybe having a section of collegiate school there and offering that to the public, because we would have a couple years to get that program planned and designed and set up. I think that would be wonderful. But again, with the many emails and public comment and petition, our residents are asking us to build the full school. So I'm going to go ahead and say that I support building the full school. I do understand, and Mr. Tatum, I've told you many times, I completely understand where you're coming from. I don't disagree with you that it's extremely expensive. But our taxpayers are asking us to build this. And I know what you mean. You don't want to put them on the hook for that, but they're asking us to do this. I did have a parent ask me, why we don't make the builders do it, pay for it out of their pocket, and I had to explain that we don't have the power to do that. I mean, I get it. It would be lovely if we could, because they're for-profit companies and we are not. And but I do want to address some of your comments while I have the floor. Being some of the charter schools you mentioned are for-profit companies. They have income that we don't have. They have ways of raising money that we don't have. So they are better able to fund things the way they want. They are better able to work. They don't have to be in the sunshine. They're better able to work on, well, I'll do this and you do this and let's make this deal and let's work on that and we'll contract with you. And so therefore they'll get a lower rate. They have a lot more ability to do things than we do because we're a government entity. So I have trouble comparing us to a for-profit school.
Well, that's not for profit. Just
No, I know. So, because you had brought up Charter USA. Now, that's where I was going. Now, with the schools that are not for profit, I am more comfortable comparing ourselves to those. But I still feel like it's an apples to oranges thing because they are not held to the same standards as public schools. Personally, I really want them held to the same standards as regular public schools because they are public schools.
in what way are they not held to the same standard?
Look at the SREF, look at the class size. They are not required to follow the same things we have to follow when it comes to building and when it comes to capacity and
Who has a higher?
Programming.
any of that. So I would rather they be held to the same, if we're all public schools, we should all be held to the same, requirements. We should have the same boxes that we have to check regardless, because we are all public schools and we all get public funding. And our taxpayers pay their funding as well because it's public funding, right? So I feel like we should be held to the same standards. I'm not saying we shouldn't look at the SREF and see what we can do there. I'm not saying that. All right. But my concern with doing this right now with this school is that do we have the time? Because they need a consensus from us today. So to do a 5 o'clock meeting, after 5 o'clock meeting, to figure out that we're going to get out of the SREF, what do we want to option out? That's going to take time. And it could take a considerable amount of time. The staff's going to have to look into that. What things are we willing to bend on? We're going to have to weigh in. This could take a very long period of time to do. So that is part of my concern. Also, We have a design already. It's ready to go. We're taking Parish and we're going to plunk it in Lakewood Ranch. And everything's already there. It's already planned. We don't have to pay an architect because it's already done. We already have that. We don't have to go out and get now bids from architects. How are you going to change this? We don't have to pay our architects extra because now we're going to change everything. We've already got the plan. Nope, we're going to change it. We don't want this here. We want this here. We want to do less of this. So they're going to have to change. Now, I don't know, and so I'm going for clarification. Do we already have a builder in mind? Have we already worked on that? Okay.
We selected a builder last week, and right now we asked permission to negotiate, and the board has said that. We've held off on negotiations until after this meeting, so we identified the scope.
Okay. So we have a builder basically that we've already given them permission to negotiate with. So I don't think we can go to them and throw this out and say, now we're going to change our plans for this school. We want to change the SREF. We want to change our responsibilities, which will take time. Now we need to do a redesign architecturally, and now we need to go pick another builder and go out for bid. I feel like that is going to put us way behind schedule. And as we've seen with our numbers today, we need this now. I visited, and again, it's K-8, but I visited Harvey Upper School yesterday for their open house. They had, I think they told, when I was talking to staff, they had something like 30 more people register that day. They're coming out of their ears with students. Trying to get everybody in the parking lot was intense, I'll put it that way, because I sat in a very long line for a long time. And people kept coming the entire hour and a half. They were showing up at 7 o'clock. I got there at 6:15. There were still cars coming in at 7 o'clock. So that growth is going to continue. We need to take care of this now. So I can, again, completely agree with you that the standards are not fair, that we should not be having to deal with things that the charter schools, public charter schools, don't have to deal with. I don't feel that this is the time with this particular project. Going forward, great. Let's do it. Let's set up a meeting. Let's work on it. We'll take our time. We'll do it right. But I don't see that we have the time to do this right now. See if I had made any other notes on. No, I think that pretty much covered what I had to say. So I am fully in support of doing the full high school. Again, hundreds and hundreds of parents have signed up petitions. They've emailed us. I've been, emailing back and forth with folks, and they really, really want this. And if they really, really want it, that means they really want us to foot the bill for this and want us to pay for it. So to me, this seems the only way we can really move forward is to do this now and work on those things when we can really do it well, rather than trying to rush through adjusting the SREF, redesigning everything with the architect, and then then changing builders. We won't get it done in time.
How do you know that?
Mr. Well,
because
You're allowed to dialogue.
well, I know, but when we dialogue, we get off topic. I just, real quickly, Mr. Dye just had a comment about, I think, something that was said. So I want to make sure he gets in.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, and Mr. Rinaldi can speak on this, but there would be architectural services if you were to proceed with the traditional construction methods. So maybe Mr. Rinaldi can add to that. Because there was a statement that you would not need an architect.
No, I mean,
we have an architect presently under contract that has brought the design to about 70%, adapting parish community. But in addition to that, the steps that are being discussed are not per Florida statute when it comes to the selection of a construction manager, correct?
Yes, the statutes would require the bidding process be followed for construction
project of this size.
So we would have to go through, I believe it's 286 or 287, which includes what we've done so far, which is the advertisement, the shortlisting, the interviewing. We can't just pick up the phone and cherry pick 5 or 6 contractors and say, provide me a number. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this,
I just wanted.
and that's what I was alluding to in my comments, is that, and when I had said that this would take extra time, they were not ready. Mr. Penley did nod in agreement that we couldn't get this done right now. Now, I'm sure they can speak to what the timeline would look at and they would be better able to answer that question.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because we've had this discussion in the past. When you have what you consider kind of a prototype school and you go build it at another location, there's still a substantial amount of architecture.
No, and I do understand that. I don't think it's just a copy and paste.
Yes.
But there's going to have to be much more detail and changes if we want to change our guidelines and say we don't want to do it this way, we don't want to do it that way. So the 70% done is going to have to change. So that's going to be more time. That's where I was going with that.
Okay.
Ms. Spray? And then Ms. Kearney?
Few things. I know for a fact from people who I've talked to, there was a campaign going on out there, lobbying going on for the community to start emailing all the board members, get a petition, and I don't know who headed that out, who headed that up or what, but I've heard from people telling me that, yep, you got a board member or two that's really advocating for it, so I'm like, okay.
You got a what?
They're a board member advocating to get it.
For what?
For the whole 9-yard school. I'm like, okay, that's their choice. I don't know. And then, I know they say we're paying for it. Our impact fees are paying for the school. You can say that if you like, but Ms. Sellers just said that the 1.5 mil is what pays the
MIACA.
debt services, correct?
It is being used to pay debt service except for the COPS 2025
And these cops.
and these COPS.
Right. So, in essence, the impact fee that they have been paying out there, buying houses and all of that, doesn't necessarily all go directly to that one school. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And the 1.5 mil for capital that we collect doesn't go for any specific school. It's paying all the debt services. So for the community to say, we're paying for this, we're doing this, and we're doing that, is not necessarily true. It's a whole district-wide effort. Everyone is putting their money, into the system by paying their property taxes and or impact fees to help build our schools. So I wanted to clear that up, that it's not just the community that's paying for that school, it's everybody that pays taxes. As far as the, and we touched on it, architects. That was one of the big sellers of doing this school is, oh, we've already got an architect. We can use the same design as we used at Parish. But then later we're finding out that it's still going to cost us how much can you tell me how much architectural fees we're going to have?
Well, we approved $5 million, right?
That's around range. I don't.
We approved that like months ago.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm just making a point that we are not copying and pasting. That's misconception that we're really not
Well-
doing that. We still have to do all these other different amenities because of the site.
Yeah, correct. The majority of the fee is associated with civil engineering
Right.
and redesigning the site, working with the water management district and any agency having authority site-wise over the project.
Okay. And then to Mr. Tatum's points and this chart of 40,000, I can't see the thing very well. And Mr. Rinaldi's very skilled at redirect on what this is going to cost, but they're not talking about this part. They're not including that. And, oh, this isn't by how many students there are in the school. And then go into a charter conversation. Well, you know, they don't have to adhere to what we have to adhere for, but Mr. Tatum clearly has brought something to our table that we need to work on. When that is, I don't know, but I am in favor of having something on our agenda because I talk to people in Tallahassee too, and we don't have to build every school to look like a Taj Mahal. When I walked through Lake Manatee and I saw all the little amenities that they had there, well, in the back of my, it's beautiful, don't get me wrong. Students are gonna love to go there. But in the back of my mind, every little detail that made it look beautiful, I heard cashier ching and ching and ching and how much that cost us. The little carve out, the way the waves go down through the hallways and the extra lighting and and the media center is beautiful, by the way. But everything has a dollar sign on it. Everything has a dollar sign on it. So, and the contractors, to Mr. Tatum's point, they make an awful lot of money on building schools. We use the same, and when we do the prototype, and I've been to that prototype meeting before, it's typically the same contractors that come in and architects that come in and present, and it's the same people in the district that pick who's going to get that bid.
We'll let her finish, because I think I can't. That is not. It is not. Because that statement kind of makes it seem like we're like, oh, we're picking this person because we like this person, whatever. There is a bid process. That's
I understand that, but it's typically the
so it's
same.
not like little
It's
boy,
school
like,
builders.
hey, we're gonna give you this.
Right, they're school builders.
It's done.
Right.
It's done through a standard that the state has put out, that this is how you do the bids and this is how you evaluate and give scores. So, but the way you put that is that the public could hear that and say, "Oh, you're picking so and so because their good old boy system was so and so." That's
No.
not how that is.
What I'm saying
Okay.
is I've been to the prototype, and the people that, and I think it was might have been for the Palmasola rebuild or something, but, and then I saw the next one and looked who was bidding and all of that. It's our local builders most of the time. And I don't mind that. I like keeping things local, and dealing with the thing that I got just recently, and I picked a local. But I didn't get what I ordered. It cost me more than I thought. If I replace it, it's gonna be more money out of pocket. So it's one of those, I think we need to do the agenda item for the SREF, because Tallahassee even said you don't have to build every school to that standard. You can use a standard that a charter is. Charters, everyone says they raise their own money, 90% of their money comes through us and goes to them. Think about that. 90% of their funding basically comes through their student registration, comes through us. How they build schools is different. And that's where we're having the problem. They can build, a student can come from a charter to a public. And I said it before, it doesn't matter what building you're in, it's the people that's in it, teaching. So I said early on up here, I do not want to build a $200 million school. Don't know if we need that, don't know if we need all of those amenities. And I understand the public wants all of these programs. If we did a collegiate, most of the students that don't do sports from either Lakewood Ranch or Parish would probably choice to that school, and that would free capacity at Lakewood Ranch and Parish. But we don't know if that's going to happen. Kids like being involved in things. If they don't play sports, they like going to them. That's for sure. Just go to a football game, especially at Manatee High. But you can go to a football game at Southeast, and there's a whole lot less participation from the community as there is at Manatee High. Whole lot less. The stadium is barely full.
I think Manatee's special that way.
Right, they are. They are in that. So I'm not sure about the cost. Future, I do want to get that on our agenda to do. I don't know if now is the good time. Based on the projections of the students and what we was presented in May and what we were presented here a week ago, kind of scares me into we need to build a school. It's just the dollar amount is what is just stopping me. The dollar amount per student station, just as Mr. Tatum has said. So I'll get up my soapbox, but
That's okay.
I'm on the fence.
Mr. Kennedy. Still there?
Gotta get off mute.
Sorry, guys, I'm here. I was across the room when I heard my name called. I'll be as brief as I possibly can. Let me start with just saying that I completely agree with everything that Chairman Choate said and everything that Mrs. Felton said. I mostly agree with Mr. Tatum. And Mr. Tatum, just to correct you on one thing, I think we were in recess when I made that
You did.
Nobel Prize winning comment to you.
Right.
So
Now
the
that-
public may not have heard that, but I do
That's
want to
right.
verify that I did say that.
Right.
And I think it is a groundbreaking idea that Mr. Tatum has uncovered here. However, as reasons have already been stated, I don't think we're gonna be able to get that done in time for this school. It is a very interesting idea, which like Mrs. Spray said, completely support that we research and we dig into. I do have one question. I think we heard it earlier, but what in our capital plan, what percentage of the cost of this campus will be paid by impact fees?
80%.
80%.
No, 100%.
Yeah, for
So-
the school.
Oh, I'm
for
sorry.
the-
Yes, for this
for
school.
the high school,
100%. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so for the AAA high school, it's 100% impact fees,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. So those impact fees were paid by the homeowners of Lakewood Ranch, who are now emailing us and asking us to build a traditional, I hate them keep using Parish as the example, but I get that is the prototype. And Parish is a beautiful school. It's a beautiful campus. And I think the residents of the neighborhood and that attendance zone would be happy to attend there. The only thing I would ask is, can we please leave some trees? But anyway, that's an aside. So I agree with the chair, Mrs. Felton, in that we need to do the full campus. We need to proceed today. Like, we can get the civil engineer started Monday morning on the site. Because it does appear to me that we have a board consensus. I would love to have a full conversation about the charter school conversation that was just had. There's a reason last month that I voted against the Charter USA new school. But this is a conversation for another time. And everybody knows who looks into this issue. Yes, charter schools are public schools, but they are not held to the same standards. And yes, charter schools are nonprofits on paper, but some of them are unscrupulous and operate in ways that is not beneficial to kids. It's beneficial to the partners and the ownership and so forth. But that's not a conversation for today. But I do just want to stress that in this charter versus traditional school dynamic that we've been living under for a long time in this state, that we have to compete, and competition is a good thing. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but State College of Florida is coming into Parrish to build a new school that is going to attract high-performing kids. And therefore, I think it's vitally important that one thing that we include in this new AAA high school on Rangeland Parkway is that same program, a program where a student can graduate from high school with an AA degree, with an associate's degree. Otherwise, we're going to lose a lot of those kids to an SCF model in Parrish. And as far as what I've been informed of so far, the University of South Florida is on board with the idea. But I really do think, I mean, the amount of feedback we've received this week really has made my thinking on this evolve, and really, I guess I would say kind of solidified it. These residents who have paid these impact fees are asking us to build a certain school, and because those residents paid for the school, I believe we should build what they're asking for. And I'm only basing this on the emails that we got, and many of them were incredibly thoughtful. One emailer talked about she and her family chose to spend more because they wanted to move to a certain neighborhood, knowing the schools that are there and the schools that are coming. And, that investment is important to her. It was important to them when they chose which neighborhood to move to when they moved to Florida. And that is really powerful to me because, those impact fees are just built into the price of the home. And so that family had to pay more for that house because they were paying a higher impact fee. So I appreciate all the emailers. I did not get into the Facebook commentary at all. I learned that lesson a long time ago.
I didn't.
But I had a friend reach out to me and say, hey, are you okay? Because I'm seeing all this chatter on Facebook and the school board is getting absolutely roasted. And we just had a quick conversation about some of the comments they were seeing. And I was like, well, that's not even true. That's not even true. That's not even true. Yeah. And so I would just impress upon the public. And I know I'm shouting into a tornado by saying this, but if you have questions about the district, please contact us, because a lot of what you're seeing on social media, some of it's good, but a lot of it is just total crap, and it's misinformation and it's bad information, or it's old information. So please, I just appreciate everybody that took the time, because much of the email that we got this week was very professional. It was very cordial. They advocated for their future school. It was really the way, public and elected officials should interact. And I just want to express my appreciation to everybody who contacted us this week. And I do want to thank the Observer, and I don't know if Maddie's in the room, but thank you, Maddie, for actually doing an article. Because it was Maddie's article coming out that really began to fill up our inboxes. And unfortunately, in Manatee County, we don't have really many media outlets, period, let alone a media outlet that is covering the school district. And clearly, that has left out, as we've seen by the example of this week, that lack of coverage is leading to a void in the connection between the school district and the school board and the community. And don't get me wrong, our communications department does an excellent job trying to get the word out. I've seen the superintendent on TV twice this week. So I'm not saying that linkage isn't there, and we're certainly making all the best efforts we can. But we have no local papers covering us. The Bradenton Times, which apparently a lot of people read, they don't seem to care about us. I guess we want to find that happy medium for getting the information that we talk about at these meetings and at these workshops getting good information out to people. That's another aside. But I'll just leave it at that. I think we've clearly got a consensus to move forward today. I do respect this conversation we've had. Again, this board has a tough conversation, but does it in a collegial way. And I just can't tell you all, colleagues, how much I appreciate that. And to the team at the table there, you know, this expertise sitting in front of us, you know, we can't do this job without them. And so I just want to express my appreciation to the team again. So thanks, guys. I'll stop there.
Thanks. We good for go like another 30 minutes? Or do we need a break? I mean, it's noon.
No.
We're okay? Okay.
Um,
If any staff has to go, like, to the bathroom, just go. So I got to just kind of to go around the circle now because I kind of started it all, and we've had some valid some points.
I actually have
my hand up too.
we have our hands up to.
Yes.
Right, but
Oh, okay.
we went around, and then I'm going to go again, and then go
Okay, I
again.
just, yeah.
Yeah, but I got you. Did you go? You have your hands up too, still,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
you're
I still
up.
have Tatum Felton Spray.
We're going around.
Okay.
So I think that we've got to let me say this. I do agree with being budget conscious. Absolutely, I absolutely agree with that. Making sure that we're not doing something that, you know, for some show that we don't have to do, that does add cost to things, etc. And I would be okay with having a discussion about the SREF and saying, hey, what does this look like? The discussion to me would then lead to us making a decision on the standard that we want for our schools. And I think, and when I say standard, the quality, the way it's built, how it feels, how it looks, the interaction of students, staff, etc. Because we can always compare, look at this person over here is doing this person over here is doing this, they're doing it this way, cheaper, cost-wise, whatever. But I think there's a way that we've got to be able to, when we're looking at the SREF, and I don't know off the top of my head what those things would be, but just some we've talked about, like classroom size, hallway size, you know, what is it, tilt wall or concrete wall, whatever, right? Like the flooring used, what type of tile, like all those things, there's a standard and there's a performance, all valued in quality with those items. And I'm not saying that the charter school teachers are not doing a great job. Of course they are. There's numbers there's 8 schools that are doing a great job. But you cannot tell me when you walk into a charter school that was built on that, it looks the same and feels the same. A 6-foot hallway compared to an 8-foot, or an 8-foot compared to a 10-foot is a massive difference. When you're walking around high school hallways with high school kids, the difference between a 6-foot and an 8-foot is a difference. I've been to all these charter schools that we're talking about that we've mentioned. I've been to all of them and seen them. There's a difference between the way a tilt wall looks, feels, interacts with noise, etc. There's a difference between an 800-foot classroom and a 600-foot classroom. Those are all standards and a set quality that we've set that is different than if we go and change from 800 to 600, I mean maybe that's too dramatic of a change, right? But I think that to me is the difference, is the quality and the standard we've already set. We've got to make sure that standard and quality is already set. Now, if we can do that and save 25 million, 50 million, absolutely, let's do it. Like, I'm not opposed to that by any means. But you've got to show, we've got to see that. We've got to see the difference because there is a difference. There just is. Just like when you get into a Chevy and you get into a Mercedes, you're paying for the quality of the difference, and that just is what it is. And now we can all sit here and have opinions on do we want that high of quality or not. My question is, if we were ever going to go that way and actually do this, and I think we can, we talk about up here, we talk to these people, we've talked to some, to our group of people that we know, and they want this and they say this and all that kind of stuff. Listen, I mean, unless we're all having kids here, it doesn't affect us five. Like, this school doesn't affect us five personally because we ain't got, I mean, at least I'm not having any more kids. So my question is, let's ask them. Like, if we were going to do this, let's do it right and get a focus group, which I think we've already seen quasi focus group come up out of nowhere. Let's ask them, what do you want? Like, what do you want in your school that your kids are going to go to? Because I could see us doing some things differently, smaller rooms, walls, whatever. And then they're coming from a Lake Manatee school or Gullet or whatever, and they come in this school that's different. I mean, they just are. And I'm not saying they're bad, they're just different. And I think if we were ever going to do that, we got to have a focus group. Because at the end of the day, and I disagree, the one thing I disagree, I don't disagree, I think it's a fact. Taxpayers are not paying for this school to be built. We're being paid for it to run. Like the 1.5 million and everything we paid, the operation can be paid for it to run, to move forward. But the only taxpayers that are paying for this impact fee are the ones who built a house and moved here. And the only reason why we are building this school is because of those people to begin with. My grandmother, who's 90 years old and is on 10th Avenue Drive West in West Bradenton, is not paying for this school because she doesn't have any impact fees. So we've got to stop with this. We're running credit cards up. We're doing whatever. No, we're not. The impact fees come in. They pay for stuff. Then when we build that school, those new impact fees from the new people coming in, impact fees go pay for the next thing. We're being told that this school is $0. It's all impact fees. So it's all built from the people who are there and the people who will come there. And the people who will come here will want to come here because it's a beautiful, great school of high quality and high standard, like all the rest of our schools. If it was us sitting here saying, hey, we got to build this school. I'm not saying we got to build it for $200 million. Like I said, 175, whatever we get to, I'm okay with. But we're not building this school and then saying, well, we got to stop doing this and this and this because we put $200 million in this school. We can't really do this roof, can't really do that. Now, we have a 5-year capital plan that we're putting this out to. And when you look to see, can we pay this? Are we able to pay this and afford this? Yes, like it's in our capital plan. We put it in the budget to have those line items in there. So I don't see where, again, if we are voted on by the people and the people are going to tell us that the people that are going to be the ones paying the fee to build it want it a certain way. Again, if we want to, I think if we're going to do a less standard than what we normally do and what our standard is, or the certain classroom size, the certain hallway size of a high school, et cetera, like those major changes. Now, if you're talking about like the nooks and the walls, like, whatever, sure. We don't want to do that. I mean, I think they're kind of a new age way of some education, but little things like that, absolutely. But to make major changes to the standard and the quality that we've already set to a community that had paid for the fee because unless we can ask Mr. Neal and all those guys and say, do you guys just like the impact fee, you just eat it? No, I mean, they push it on to the consumer. So they're paid for it. And I don't see how we can do anything less than now, unless we get a focus. Like, let's get a focus group. Let's say, what do you want? Like, and I think they've already told us, and I don't know if they necessarily told us like, oh, we want to stay with the SRAF and have certain things. I mean, they didn't say that in comment. It was more about like the holistic, what the school looks like and having a full service high school. But I think there's a happy medium in here. I think there is a certain degree to what Mr. Tatum is saying that we can do without having a huge discussion of picking apart the SREF, what we want, what we do. Because I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to be able to sit here and say, even looking at numbers of the, this is average numbers of places, et cetera, the numbers that the chart that you showed us. I am not educated on this to know about construction to say, is it $60,000 this person? Is it 75? Is it whatever? I don't know. So I think there's a happy medium. I think there is things like let's take back this budget XYZ, whatever, and we could potentially come up with a GMP that says, hey, it's not going to exceed 200,000. I'm just naming a number. Not going to exceed 200,000. And if those builders come back and they want the job, they're going to get it to 200,000. I mean, they're going to fight for the job. If we say 175, they're going to fight for the job. But I want to know what. And I think this is a larger conversation, more time than we have to necessarily. But I want to know what those things we're cutting, how is that changing our quality and our standard that we've already set and we deliver to every time? That's what I want to know. I want to know the difference. I want to know, is that AC chiller smaller, so it's going to push out less, and that will save us $2 million if we do, 6 feet hallways instead of 8 feet hallways. Does that save us $5 million? I want to know those numbers because I think there's a standard and there's a quality set. And, since I've had my kids in school, I want to be in the best schools possible. And if that's what I'm not saying we want to overspend and spend money frivolously, but we have a standard, we have a quality, and I want to make sure we're doing that. I don't care how we do it. I don't care if we use this plaster instead of that plaster. That to me is irrelevant, but the standards of moving, and that's how you're really going to move dollars is classroom size and stuff like that. I don't think we can, that's not comparing apples to apples, because there's a standard, there's a quality. And I'll say this. Well, I don't want to because it may give some legislatures ideas. So I'm not going to say that. But I think that if we had a focus group, we're really going to be serious about it because it's not us being affected by this. So the changes that we make, windows that open or not, 6 foot, 8 foot, all that, it's not us that's affected by it. It's the teachers that are going to be there, and it's the students going to be there, and there's people involved that those stakeholders have to be heard if we're going to make major changes to the way that we've done it and the standard and the quality we've done it before. I think we're going to have to bring the community in. I'm not opposed to doing it. I'm not opposed to looking at cutting costs. Absolutely not. Getting rid of some of the SRF stuff. I've not looked at it as deeply as you, Mr. Tatum. You're definitely more versed on it. So I would love to see hey, you do X, Y, Z, this is what, but that's going to be full comparisons and to see what we can cut out to be able to cut that cost. And I think that I think it's needed 100%. And if we can do it for this one, let's do it. But I don't know if we can. Maybe we could do it for some of it. I don't know. When I say some of it, I don't know. I don't know if we can do it now to go through that process. Focus group, us getting together, looking at comparisons, blah, 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 tilt wall to this, 8 foot to this, seeing what the dollar signs is, seeing what the impact is. That's something that I would want to see and go over to make the most educated decision rather than just saying blanketly spend X amount of dollars, because I think you're going to get a different product. Just like when you walk into a dealership and you say, I want to spend X amount of dollars on a car, these ones are out. This quality and standard is out. Here's what you get to choose from. So, and that's just that's not the builder doing the building at all, because they're just going to build on the 6 foot or 8 foot hallway. So it's not anything to do with the builders, whether it's the ones who have done Ola, who I know him personally, or the one who does our school. It's not the builder. It's how they're just told to do it, the foot, the standard, and all that. So it's not a knock. The quality and the standards, not a knock on the builder itself. Right. It's the measurements, it's the things like that. So I would have to see like a full, which I don't know if we have that time to do. I would throw that to the staff because I don't have that knowledge to do that. I would definitely be for it, and I'm glad that you're doing all this research on the SREF, and I think it needs to be done. But we've also got to make sure we compare when we're looking at this. This is a high school, so when we look at 10-foot hallways to 6-foot or even 8-foot. Go at a change of period and at a school that's full and see and think about a 10-foot hallway compared to 2 feet off to now an 8-foot or a 6. It's a major difference. It's a major difference. And if those schools that are being built don't have to worry about growth as much. I mean, obviously they all want to grow and get more kids. It's just, it is definitely a different approach. So I think comparing it is not correct. I do think we can follow some what they do. I do think we can be more conscious of the price. I do think we can make some changes and stuff of what we do. But I want to make sure the quality and the standard is still the same. Because when you go into a classroom, it's 800 square foot to 600. There's a big difference. So that's me. I want to, before I start going around, because we got Ms. Tatum, Felton Spray. Are we kind of in agreement then on where are we at? I know I'm pretty sure I heard kind of an agreement on the size of the school. Are we at 1,000? Or are we at, I proposed in the very beginning to just follow what we did with Parish, which was like a starting, how many kids?
2,060, and
Okay.
then we expanded it this past year to add another 410, so they came in at 2,470.
Okay.
So that's all academic buildings. You want to put the academic
Yeah.
buildings? All academic buildings, the auditorium, gymnasium.
Oh, that's with
So
our-
then
okay.
the only part in the future would be that corner building.
Okay, yeah, and that's what we did with Parish, was that addition.
That's what was done at Parish.
So I mean, and I'm not talking about the cost because I don't know what the cost is going to be of that. I think that's what we need in 2027 to open up with is same thing we did with Parish. How we get there, and eliminating some costs and things like that, and looking at some stuff, is another story. I don't know.
The estimated cost based on our standards, we did work up a full SREF list of deductions that we could take, but it right now stands at 182 for everything. So
that?
that would be what would be going to COPS, would be the 182. So
Oh.
keep in mind, we're at 107 for the 1,000.
Right.
And then we're at 149 that had the classroom building taken out. So, yeah, so it's 100.
if you did that-
We're estimating around 182 based on the feedback from the contractors and the architects.
So it was 80 million increase to double the size because we had 1,000 to now 2,000, and the field and everything.
And bring the auditorium and gym back as well.
Auditorium, gym, etc. And that's where my whole point was, like, in timing. I don't think we could do all that for 80 million in 3, 4, 5 years. I could be more than 80 million. You know what I mean? So, but that would not be the whole entire COPS because we still have the COPS or part of the COPS is going to be MIAC. So that's not the entire.
The other issue, Chairman, is right now it's going to be difficult to deliver both of those two-story academic buildings. So we may need to look at some phasing. We may not have that second academic building up and ready at the same time we have the remainder of the campus.
Well, I mean, it's going to phase. It's not going to start at 2,000. I don't think it's going to start right at 2,000. I think really it depends. It's going to depend on what we do district lining and stuff to see how big it's going to be. Okay. Tatum, Felton, Spray.
I will make the comment real quick that I know we had a discussion, Mr. Rinaldi, about class sizes at the charter schools, and we also had Ms. Felton mentioned that they're not held to the same standards. In many cases they are, but they do have to follow class size, the class size amendment, right? Right here on the FDOE website. Are charter schools subject to compliance with class size reduction law? Yes. It was in 2010, the legislature clarified this, except that the calculation for compliance is for school average by grade group, and it's actually the same for us in a way. It's just across the whole school system. Our class size requirements apply to the district as a whole. They don't apply to each necessarily individual classroom. So you could have 27, elementary students in one classroom and less in another classroom. It's just it's an average district-wise. It's not like we go into each classroom and make sure that the class sizes are the same or are under the limit. So the point is that rule does apply to the charter schools too, in the same way. The second point that I'll make is that so we're being told 182 million. If we use my proposed budget of $60,000 per student station, that's $120 million for this school. That would save us $62 million in construction costs, and then we wouldn't have to borrow that. And over a 20-year bond, that would be about $25 million, maybe $35 million. Let's call it 30 in savings. So somewhere around $90 million in total savings for this school. And I'll remind us that the chart that we looked at that showed the calculated cost per square foot, I know that it doesn't include some FF&E items, but on that chart that we looked at, updated in August of 25, for August of 25, the cost of high school student station here is $40,868. So I'm proposing a cost per student station 50% higher than that. And we've got 2 years to build this school. We can get it done. If the builders want the money, and we can get it done. We build our other schools in that time frame. We can get this done. If we have to phase in something's not ready, maybe the stadium isn't quite ready or something like that, but we can get an academic building up with the facilities we need in 2 years. Just some people may have to work a little bit later at night. So to save, for me, it might cost well. I mean,
To make it work late.
no, I'm using that as in a philosophical way. Like, they'll get it done, and we have 2 years to do this if we start today. So, because of the savings of somewhere around $90 to $100 million to the taxpayers, and the fact that I'm proposing a budget which is 50% more than this calculated cost per student station from the Florida Department of Education, and the fact that that's still that $60,000 per student station is still twice as much as the charter schools are paying for their cost per student station, and the fact that they have a higher percentage of A-rated schools and B-rated schools than we do, which means that they're still providing a good academic product. I don't mean to be difficult. I'll support whatever the board wants to do. I won't try and throw any obstacles up in the way, but if a contract comes and it's more than $60,000 per student station, I'm just not going to vote for it. So you can count on one less vote, because at some point we have to stop this. And this is an opportunity to save $100 million for the taxpayers. I'm sure we can get a nice school for twice as much as what the charter schools are spending per cost per student station. We'll get a nice school that people will like for $60,000 per student station. It's just going to have to be up to the staff and the builders to figure that out. We can exempt ourselves from the SREP, so that takes a lot of the requirements away. We can redesign, we can look at we can value engineer. I was talking to Mr. Jensen about this the other day. You just do the value engineering until you get down to the budget that you want and that you do it. And if it's 10 or 20% less than the quote unquote quality of parish or whatever, I mean, at some point, we just have to say, we're going to bring down the cost of building these schools, and there's a way to do it legally that I mentioned. And if there's not 3 votes on the board for that, that's fine, but that's where I stand on this issue. I'm willing to build a 2,000 student school with all the amenities of a normal high school, so I'm okay with that. And I agree that the emails that I got kind of swayed my decision a little bit, maybe making it a full school instead of that kind of academic school that we talked about. But I'm just going to, at this point, put a line in the sand and saying, I'm willing to pay 50% more than what this chart here says we probably should be paying per student station. And if it comes in under that, I'll vote for it. And if it comes in Above that, I won't. And that's all I have to say about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Felton, and then Ms. Brown.
Okay, I just want to clarify for the total amount of the COPS versus the total amount for this school, full school.
Okay, so the full school, that's not including the.
Not including
extra
anything else in that
full-
COPS.
Okay,
Oh, here, you want me to pass out scenario 3?
yeah, there you go, probably. So the high school from the standard that,
Scenario 3.
we have put together 182 for this particular discussion, and then 30 million for the Moody, and 17.5 million for the Lake Manatee K-8 edition. So that's a total COPS of basically 230 million.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding you, and thank you. Paper helps me a lot. I like to see my numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That was just a clarification. I completely agree with Mr. Choate that, we need to go forward. We've got to get this done. That it is these people that live in this neighborhood because they bought specifically, and several of them have said in their emails, I bought here because this high school was going to be here. That's what they were expecting. That's what was in our 5-year plan. It's been there. Everybody expected it. And then they moved there. They paid the impact fees to move there specifically because this high school was going to be there. So I think we need to take that into account. So I don't think we can do anything less than the full school. With regard to being able to get this changed right now, they can't put down the footprint until they change everything. So even the what was it, how much was it for the architecture still? Was it 5 mil?
5.6.
Okay, 5.6. So a lot of that you said was laying out where the plumbing's going to go and all of that. So that's the footprint right there. So wherever we build anything, we still have to pay that because you got to put the footprint down, right? So we can't really eliminate that cost. That's just part of building anything with the civil engineers and all of that. But before they put the footprint down, if we're going to make the hallways smaller or the classrooms smaller, that's going to change the entire footprint. So they can't even start working on that until they've done a redesign, which again is going to cost more because now they have to redesign the building. So that's going to take time. So they can't even start laying pipe until that's done. They can plow the ground and make it flat, but that's really the extent that they can do until the redesign is complete. I know that and we've met them as we've gone on our tours, and there's specific architects that build schools, specific builders that build schools. We have, of course, an architect sitting here at this table, and none of us are architects. So we have to rely on them to, whether we listen to staff, we listen to builders or architects from outside. We have to rely on them to tell us what's structurally sound. And I'm going to agree with Mr. Choate, having taught high school. A skinnier hallway with that big of kids wandering through, it's chaos as it is, even with a bigger hallway. But we also have to keep in mind that this is a high school. A lot of charter schools are elementary and middle. MSA has a high school. The one downtown is a high school. But they don't have athletic fields and gymnasiums and tennis courts and a baseball field. So, and that is all included in this price. So we have to keep that in mind too. If we're just looking at buildings, that makes more sense to me. But when we're looking per student station, we're including all that other stuff that's next to the buildings over there in that picture, in our model. So that also makes sense to me why our per student station would be higher, because we're putting in all those amenities that those schools don't have. And again, we don't have a lot of charter high schools. And I mean, is there a charter high school that has a football team?
No.
No.
Lakewood Ranch Prep is going to put one together.
They got a field, yeah.
They have
Okay.
a turf field, they have a theater, they have science labs.
Okay.
They have the whole works of it.
Cool. All right. Cool. It'd be interesting to see how, how that goes for them, and go ahead and get them to play some of our schools. That'll be awesome. But so we have to keep that in mind as well, that we're building all these straight out. This is not, we're going to add a football field in 3 years after it's built. We're doing this right now because we want everything available. And again, per our staff, they're going to have to, phase in the building just like we're doing at Lake Manatee, right? Because they're starting with the lower grades and phasing in the higher grades. We did that at Parrish as well, didn't we? I'm right at that?
Yeah, freshmen, sophomores.
Yeah, freshmen, sophomores, and then added.
Yeah.
So that'll be okay because we won't need the whole building because we'll only have 2 grade levels instead of 4. So, continuing building while students are there. It's happening at Lake Manatee right now. So that doesn't concern me at all. But one of the things that also, with comparing us to charter schools, is that if we look at just charter high schools and this school, we can do this with elementary schools, we can do this with middle schools as well. But I like to compare what we're building with what they're building. If we look at just the high schools, they have considerably less students than we do. So we need a bigger school, we need bigger classrooms, we need bigger hallways. Because I don't know specifically how many kids are at MSA or at Lakewood Ranch, but I don't think it's more than 2,000, which we're dealing with.
You know how many students are like Ranch Prep? What the enrollment is?
She can tell us, so I'll give her a minute to do that.
Around 2,000 between the upper and the lower campus.
Upper and lower campus.
Yeah, the middle and high.
Yeah,
The
and
middle and high
MSA
school.
is about 2,000. I talked to Mr. Zikapus about this. They're actually one of the biggest
Yeah, they are. They're
high
enormous.
school, charter high schools in the state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
But they're 2,000s for elementary all the way up.
No, I think it's their upper campus is 2,000.
Middle school and high school.
Built-
I don't think
Yeah,
high
they're-
school is
that's
just
true.
2,000.
They're upper
built
campus.
for
That's
that.
right.
Yeah.
That's not their enrollment. That's
Right.
built for
They're
that.
built for that, but that's not their actual enrollment at this time. Okay, so those who can't hear, Mrs. Scarborough said 1,000 to 1,100 enrollment at MSA for high school only. All right, so that's half the students as one of our schools. So we have to keep that in mind as well when we think about traffic flow in the building, and how many kids you've got going through and crossing the paths on campus and all those other things. So these are just other things that I think we need to make sure we keep in mind. I mean, we don't have to hash them out now, but just other things to keep in mind as we go forward. Now, if we were going to build 1,000, capacity school, and we kind of looked at what that would look like, that would be more comparable, I think, without sports fields, and then we could really, compare that and see. But when we're building the tennis courts, the pickleball, the basketball, baseball, softball, and football. Did I get all my fields? I think so. I'm looking from across the room. I think I got all the fields. That's going to increase our per student station. So that's also something for us to keep in mind as we go forward, because that's what our families want. They want those. They've told us very clearly that that's what they want. So that's also going to increase our costs. So these are just things that as we go forward, we're going to want to talk about and keep in mind. I completely support the idea of having a group come in and talk to us about that. What do they think about this, and what would they support? One of the things I was also wondering is if we downgrade 1 or 2 levels on the quality of tile. or, you know, the plaster we use in the building. How much more in maintenance is that going to be every year? Now, personally, having taught for 9 years and having to move all of my stuff every year because they're going to wax the floors, it's a hassle. And then you come back in and your desks are now molded to the floor. I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only teacher who's had that, and you've got to go shove things. And my file cabinet has been molded to the floor every single year. So I'm going to kick it because they put it where I didn't want it. Versus paying for flooring that doesn't need to be waxed every year. So we're not paying for that now. Now, am I correct, gentlemen, in that some of our schools now, I think when I went through Southeast, Mrs. Collins was telling me now they don't have to wax because they replaced the floor.
We're using the LVT flooring that you don't want to wax.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want to wax that. So
No matter what.
that cuts out that cost as well. So it's a balancing act. We have to look at, if we pay for it now, does that mean we don't have to pay for it every year ad nauseum? When I started teaching, I was teaching at Harley Middle School. It was built the same year I was born. And that made me giggle the first time I walked in there and I looked on the wall and I'm like, oh, look at that, the plaque, 1974. I was born that year. This school is as old as I am. And design has changed. My classroom didn't have windows. So every time we lost power, my middle schoolers would shriek, even the boys, high-pitched screams. I'm like, guys, come on. So I get the lantern out and turn on my little lantern, and we'd sit there in the dark. But now we have our classrooms with windows. And we all know how the power is in Florida. You get a thunderstorm, there it goes. And it happened a lot. We didn't have the safety features that we have now. There was a swinging door between my classroom and the classroom over there, and then just the accordion doors between me and the other classrooms. So our standards have gone up as well. And so these are also things that we want to keep in mind. Having the accordion door and the swinging door, noise was an issue from all the other classrooms, particularly middle school, and I'm going to assume elementary is the same way. So noise is an issue. Now, if I haven't been in all the charter schools, I can't tell you what their walls are like in their classrooms and how thick they are, and all of those things. But these are also things we need to keep in mind, is that for our students to function well, and I know the building doesn't affect school grades. It doesn't. It doesn't really affect school grades. You know, it's a building. But the environment created by the building affects student buy-in. If they feel like they're going to a crap school, and this is what my students have told me, you know, this school's crap. I don't care. I don't care if I flood the toilets. I don't care if, and this has happened, I don't care if I try and steal the sink out of the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yes, it really happened. You know, I don't care if I write on the walls. It's a crap school anyway, you know? Pride of ownership of this is my school. It's beautiful. Don't mess with that. That's really neat. I think that's also important. And if they feel like we don't build to, you know, make it look good, and some of those bells and whistles, I agree, are probably expensive. But if we don't put the time into making the kids feel like it's a nice place to be, they want to be there, they're going to treat it like I've seen kids treat it. And so this is also something that I think about as a teacher. Know what building I taught in, whether I taught in the building as old as me or the newer building at Southeast, or, you know, go teach at, you know, one of our brand new schools. That's not going to affect how I teach, but it can affect the attitude of my students. It can affect the attitude of the families. And that's something that I have found personally. So I want to make sure that our kids feel comfortable there, that our families feel comfortable there, that they feel like they're getting a quality place to learn. So that's just another thing I want to make sure we keep in mind. Checking my list. So So staff people, this one's for you. If we were to move forward next week on changing the SREF, et cetera, what is the timeline we are looking at for producing a school? Can you give us a vague general idea of maybe, 12 to 16 months, 3 to 4 months more, just an idea?
I mean, we met with 2 architectural firms that are active with us right now that do both charter schools and do schools that we do schools for us. We identified from a facility standpoint probably about 7 items that we can consider. Everything from redoing the HVAC system to a different type of system, getting away from the chilled water system and the redundant systems that we have right now. Check my notes that we had here.
We have
You had that slide?
we have a series of slides.
I've got a series of slides.
I have one.
Because there's a little
You can throw it up.
there's a lot of misinformation going around. So we have some slides to clear this
Okay.
up. If
I would
if
appreciate
the board
seeing that,
would
please.
like to, because
Well-
this is, we're throwing around numbers here that
Right,
are
but
coming from somebody who does not have all the facts.
Sure.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't
So,
have any-
so we have our expert panel here who has examined the numbers that have come from a community member who has given wrong information. So this is the correct information on this slide. So if we're going to debate numbers, I would suggest that we debate the real numbers which are on your screen.
And I'm not, I mean, this may not be the time to do it. I'm not looking for an in-depth. I'm just wanted if you had an idea of how much longer it would take.
It would, well, I mean, if we can go, if we don't talk about the student stations and the cost per square foot and how those numbers have been manipulated, and we just look at what the potential changes are in meeting with the design professionals and the construction professionals, redoing an HVAC system, I mean, it's gonna take a month plus to completely revamp the HVAC system.
And one of the SRF things on there is to
And-
not do brick,
and-
is to
and-
do tilt wall. I mean, we're talking major decisions here. Tilt wall means that brick is done so that moisture doesn't hit the walls. I mean, we're talking a major decision on future maintenance, future look of a school. It is, the facts here are, we're not even talking about facts here. We are talking about manipulated data. So, I do seem a little red because we're dealing with data that is coming from somebody from the community that has not provided factual information. So I would suggest that if we are going to talk about actual numbers, actual facts of charter school costs of building, especially specific ones in this district, we have the real numbers.
Okay.
And they are stark different of what has been told at this board meeting. This is the SREF modification. We're talking major, major decisions with months of delay and months of consideration. That's fine. And that's what this board's going to consider. But we have laid that out if the board would so like to discuss that.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. And that kind of proves my point, that it's going to be a huge delay to even start doing the footprint, because all of these things would have to be changed. So this is why, again, I'm suggesting that we go forward with this. We do the COPS, and then we can look at this in depth, do it right. I hate rushing things. You all know this. I've said it many times. Because I want to do it right. I want to look at what things legally we're allowed to change in the SREF, because there's requirements that we're still going to have to meet that that the charter schools don't. I want to make sure that we look at everything in depth. We get community buy-in. For me, this is not the time to do this, because we're going to be months and months and months and months and months out from building this school that we need like next week. So I'm gonna let it go there, because I've talked way long enough. But I just want to kind of prove my point there. And now I'm done.
Thank you. Ms. Spray?
Okay. Sorry, but I have a few things. First of all, for Parrish, I'm a little concerned when SCF builds their collegiate and what kind of student population is going to migrate there. So that's a little concern. I just want to put that out there. And I know that you said Parrish, Mr. Rinaldi, capacity would be 2470, but DOE and Fish said it could be 2550, according to this handout that we got today.
No, what I said was the potential for,
Parrish, you said capacity
the
would,
potential for, once we do all of the buildings at high school AAA is 2470.
so it's triple A, you're
2469,
talking triple A,
2470.
not that,
Yeah.
okay, okay. I wanted to get that cleared up in my mind there, but I just think that Parrish, theirs is, Fish number is 2550. And that's not taken in consideration when SCF builds, which I don't know when they're gonna build. I have no clue, but I know that sign has been there a while, because it's very taggart, yeah, yeah. Right, so I don't know when that's gonna happen. And, you know, there's a lot of chatter and discussion about charter. As Mr. Tatum said, they have a lot of A-rated schools. If you could re-quote them versus us, and I'm not, it's not a competition here. I'm glad they have some A's. I'm glad we have some A's. I'm glad we all are doing well, because it all migrates up into our district grade. And I've said it before, it's not the seat you're in, it's the people it's in the building. So if you could.
Sure. So I took all 15 charter schools. I looked at the school grades on the FLDOE website and added them up. So we have 15 that get grades, charter schools. There are 7 A's, that's 46%. There are 4 B's, that's 27%. There are 3 C's, that's 20%. And there's 1 D, and that's 7%. And if you add up our 50 schools that get grades, because some of them just get I's based on the type of school they are. But we have 18 A schools for 36%, 10 B schools for 20%, 21 C schools for 42%. We also have 1 D school. So my point was just that, you know, they're providing a good product and we're providing a good product, and the product costs a lot less.
Right.
That's all. And,
right.
I think that number's kind of skewed. I mean, because every charter school is by themselves, so like we can't, like Parish Community is all by itself. So like you gotta look at them individually to say, oh, all charter schools are 46 compared. But yeah, I mean, they do give great education, absolutely. And our kids should have a choice to go wherever they want.
Exactly.
They want to go there, great. They want to come to us,
I don't.
They should.
And we're talking about this wall being this way, that wall being this way, and Ms. Felton says something about, oh, the redesign is going to cost us more. I think everything that we basically have talked about is not the external footprint of, you know, the classroom size. It would be more internal things that we would be changing. And I know there's external things as well. But to, you know, the size of the wall, thickness of the wall, I don't know. I didn't hit the news. I don't know of a charter school that blew away during the last hurricane season. They have what is called formed walls, most of them. Am I correct in that term? They're poured walls that they use cranes to set.
they use tilt wall construction.
Okay.
Right. Single width construction.
Up north, they call them formed. So anyway, but they lift and they place them in. But then inside, they add stability. They add a lot of steel, and then of course the studs. I think they use the metal studs for the drywall to go up, and they use all those other kind of things for. So I don't want to downgrade a charter in the way they build, because none of them blew away. So, and then two, got that one, the redesign. Walk through Palmetto High and Southeast High. We're talking about the width of hallways being 6, 8, and 12 or 10 foot. Walk through Southeast and Palmetto. Their hallways are outside. Most of their hallways are outside. If you walk through Palmetto, I was up there last year during a classroom change, and there's paths everywhere where the concrete isn't wide enough to handle the students. They just cut through instead of walking. And I remember one of the staff members saying, stay on the concrete, but it's not wide enough in some areas. So they kind of make that little go around a post pathway. So if you ever need to know where you need a sidewalk, look at the beat down grass.
Stay off the grass.
Look at the grass. I do believe that we should have, I'm asking, to put on the agenda a conversation about the SREF and how we, as a board, can use SREF, use the standards as a charter, but we can tailor some of those options to what we want in our schools and keep that cost down. I think we can do that. I mean, it's no different than when you're building your own house and they show you this cabinet versus that. We can do this just like any other organization actually does. And with that, I would like, if we do that workshop, I think it's what it's going to have to be, have our contractors that we use most of the time. We use the same contractors, and I'm glad because they know our expectations, they know our design ideas. Right. I mean, we've established relationships. I want to clean that up, that I don't want anyone to think that, oh, we just recycle our Why? Because it's local people, local jobs. They know our district. Mr. Penley's been working with them forever. Mr. Golf has, Mr. Renault, all of you have that relationship. What needs to shift, in my opinion, is the board's opinion of we need to lower the cost of this. I think that the Department of Education is going to end up coming to the states within the next 5 years or less than 5 years. It's going to be probably 2. There's so many regulations from the federal level, from grants to buildings, I don't know, everything, that I think that once that happens, things are going to come down cost-wise for us. I really believe that. And when I look at, we never got to this deck yet, but page 18 of the deck that I have this dated for today, page 18 shows the housing market data. If you can pop that up there for the public to see. This is from the Realtor Association of Manatee. And I've talked to a few people in the past about the growth that we have here. And it shows you the inventory of active listings comparing from 24 to 25. And then it's showing the inventory, how fast the inventory that goes up or down. It's a little concerning to me, and I guess I need clarification from Mr. Penley maybe, on the months of inventory supply. So the second point, right, of that. It says monthly average is 6.6 months. I'm guessing that it's on the market. Am I correct? Am I reading
correct.
this?
Yes.
Okay. Where last year it was 5.1. That's only a month. That is only about a month, little over a month, that we're saying that it's on the market longer. Am I reading this chart right?
It's not. It's not necessarily how long it takes to sell a house. That's not what you're looking at here. This is how much inventory is on the market to accommodate the needs of the people that, of the buyers that want to buy.
Okay.
So it's increased from 5.1 months last year to, what, 6.6, which, what this is showing you, if you recall from last week, it's not really a balanced market anymore. It's a buyer's market, and that's why you're seeing, you're seeing people like Mr. Neal offer incentives to help those new home buyers. He's buying down the mortgage rates. He's throwing in appliance packages. I think he said there's about a 12.5% allocation that he's making per unit right now. But it does show that the sales have, maybe they're taking a little longer, but there's just more inventory on the market. And if you recall, I told you that over the last 33 months in the unincorporated Manatee County, we're averaging about 606 new dwellings per month. That's, and what you're seeing in this is both new and existing. So-
Okay, and two, to your point, how long it's on the market is also impacted by the current interest rate,
By the what?
the current buyer's interest rate.
Yes, ma'am.
And the anticipation of that coming down, I think that inventory is gonna start being depleted a little because everybody's waiting for that rate to come down to buy. So, okay,
And can I just add to that? It's, the inventory is going to come down, but again, recall from last week, I showed you that during the, what's called quarter 2 and quarter 3 of this year compared to the previous 2 years, the number of new units that have been permitted has significantly increased, and I fully expect there'll be another significant increase between July and September of this year, because Manatee County has new impact fee rates going into effect.
right.
And our impact fees also increase on September the 9th. And I think those builders are going to try to get in ahead of that and permit the units. So I think we're going to see another surge.
Yeah, okay. Well, to the debt services, that's where I keep going to. I know I keep pounding that, but I would hope that with every COP program or that we do, we should look at what a balance is of a former COP project. Because if I look at the 2015, that balance, that what we're gonna be paying for that in the next 2 years is nearly $9 million, correct? That's on your
This is the
page
debt
10.
service. This is the debt service that.
Right, the
to
debt
pay on
service,
that.
right. But that should go away after 2 years, right?
Yes.
On that one.
And those projects are obviously completed, so.
Right, exactly, exactly. I mean, we're probably, that one, I don't even know what that project was for in 2015. Could be, was it Parish? No, wasn't Parish. That's 10 years ago. Hard telling. But I hope that we could look at things like that and how, when rates come down, take advantage of it and go in and see if we can't get a better rate to help us with those projects in the
Our
future.
I mean, I've just recently had the conversation with our financial advisors, and they have. So,
Right.
so they definitely, and they're looking at the 2016, because that one is one that is
Right.
going to be a possibility that could be refunded. So that's, in consideration at this point in time. They're just figuring out, would that be refunded as a COPS or a different type of agreement? I mean, so they.
Right,
have
because that's like
different
27
financing
million
channels.
just for the debt services on that, over 5 years, for the 2016 one. So it, to Mr. Tatum's point, I mean, we're paying so much on servicing these debts to the tune of 46 million, according to this deck that we had last week, 46,345,000. Yeah, debt services. But when I look up at the next line up, the capital, the beginning revenue is 587 million, and our ending was 632 in expenditures with an ending fund balance of 54 million. And I understand we have to maintain and all that, but if we have a fund balance of that, maybe that's when we can look at maybe paying down some of those lower costs. Anyway, that's the way I look at it. As far as scenarios 1 through 4, and you said that 182 would be the one that would get us the fields, Mr. Rinaldi? I wonder if you went to Gilbane and said, I think that's who that got the award, can you save us a few more bucks? They would probably say, yeah. I'm guessing that.
And that was part of the discussion we had earlier this week.
To get it to
looking at different
182?
Scenarios,
Okay,
you know, relative to SREF and relative to the educational standards and the facility standards.
okay.
Is 182, Joe, the with FF&E?
Yeah, that's everything.
Right, so let's do apples to apples, right? So what, without FF&E, do you have that number of what the baseline construction cost, brick and mortar? You may not have it, but because we're throwing around all these different numbers and it's apples to apples. So we know the 1,000 student is I think you said less than 80 million.
The
Now we're
1,000
talking
student.
2,000 students.
The 1,000 students is 107.5 with
No, that
all
was
the
with
fees.
FEFP. That was with
all the
Oh,
carpet,
equipment. We're talking about-
furniture, TVs,
Oh, okay, I get you.
computers, all that stuff,
Yeah.
right?
I think you said like
Which
70
is not
million,
what,
75 million.
right, because when we throw the charter number out, they're not using that.
Right.
We're not talking about carpet and all that, right? So
Okay.
apples to apples. So Joe's got his calculator out. That's scary.
Okay.
Roughly.
But while he's doing that, in option 3 on the handout that we were given, that's for 2,060 students, correct? What I'm reading.
Yep.
But that's not adding in another building that you're saying we're probably going to need?
So remember, Parish added an addition.
I understand.
So if you were to build it to what Parish looks like now, it would be the 2470, that's scenario 4.
So you filled in that future pink slot
pink
in
slot.
the corner there.
Scenario 3 does not have the pink slot in there. Not
Right.
built yet. It's got ready to be built, but it's not built.
And the pink slot's going to cost us how much? Eventually?
Well, scenario
That
4 has it
built
in there.
About 15.
Has it?
About
has it built
14,
in?
about
Yeah.
14 to 15 million
Right now, today.
today.
We don't know what's going to be
No.
4 years from now, if we have to build it.
But that would put us at
196.
196, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
196 if we did that, and there we go. I said I don't want to build a 200 million high school.
But we presented it so that you would be able to see, if you did that at this point in time, we would be locking in the cost at what that is at today's prices, not adding it in later, which is indeterminate what that cost would be, probably higher.
But there again, we don't know what the population growth is going to be if we did that now versus waiting till later. Because we may not need that other building. With the SCF building out there, that's going to open up seats in Parish and even maybe Lakewood Ranch. So we don't know if we're ever going to need that other building. I guess I would probably, so first, I want to make sure that we get it on the agenda, I'll say it again, that we have a conversation about SREF and what we want in our schools, and even have this as a legislative priority to have a discussion with everybody. I mean, this is something I think every school board member should be getting behind.
Yeah.
That is costing us way too much money to build these schools.
I think we've all said we're willing to have that
Right,
conversation.
but I'm saying,
Oh, you mean everybody in the state and everybody?
yes,
I got you.
not us as just
Yeah,
a
yeah.
board.
You mean
We're
everyone.
5 people.
Yeah.
I'm saying
Right.
Gotcha, okay.
the whole state needs to
Right.
get behind this. And I think that we have a loud enough voice with trying to save money that we could get this done. I don't think the contractors, the same contractor that built the school that Mr. Tatum's been referencing has built some of our schools. And I'm sure that we can get to that medium to not the top level of dollars per student station versus what charter gets. So that would be my hope, that we can do that in the very near, before we build another school. We have to have this conversation.
Yes.
I mean, that would be my ask before we even consider, because I see on here we got in the next 5 years, acquisition, how much, 5 million or something for acquisition of property in the next 5 years? Where did I see it?
I'm sorry.
It's
I don't have
okay.
that in front of me.
I always
Yeah,
look
like
through these.
up in the north, like Buckeye.
Right,
got
right.
some stuff we're gonna
Right,
buy.
land acquisition. I'm sure we're gonna have to do something in another direction, I'm sure. But I want to make sure that we have this conversation on the agenda to talk about how we can reduce and not have to use the SREF, but add in what we expect and what for our schools. And then, of course, legislative priority with everybody in the state. And have a future workshop with our contractors. I think our contractors need to be involved with this. I'm sure they can offer all kinds of ideas that none of us are thinking about, that they do in the charter that they're forced not to do in our schools. So that would be my ask, and I'll go for the scenario 3 and put the fields in, simply because.
And the building, and the middle building.
Right, right. What that 182 is, whatever that 182 is.
Yeah.
Okay, because it is under the 200 million. And my hope is that we're gonna be able to sustain the capacity through the schools and adding on parish and all of that. So, but I do want to make sure that we have that meeting fairly soon, or at least before we even consider another school.
Mr. Kennedy?
He probably got tired of listening.
No, he has his thumb. He has his thumb
okay.
up like he's ready to go.
Okay.
Unmute Charlie.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just had to get back across the room again.
It's all right.
No, I basically just wanted to make an appeal to time. We've been at this for 4 hours now. It seems to me we've had a consensus of how we want to go forward for a little while. And I think a lot of good stuff has been brought up, but I would just, for the sake of everybody in the room, staff time, attorney time, I think we have a direction. And there's some good topics here, but why don't we schedule them for a future workshop?
Okay.
Did we ever go through the deck, or do we need to?
We do, it's a lot of the same stuff we've
Right.
been through the deck. Mike, real quick question, just so we can understand what, like, impact fees, how quickly do we get impact fees?
So,
Does it take a year? Like what?
no.
Good question.
Building permit fees, impact fees are assessed at time of building permit. They're-
Gotcha.
And a builder can pay that impact fee at any point up to CO,
Okay.
or certificate of occupancy. They generally wait until right before the CO, because
Sure.
why pay early?
Of course.
Because it's not going to change.
Right.
So I think you heard Mr. Neal say last week, I think he said it's about, did he say 6 months from permit to CO for his typical unit?
Okay.
So, so once it, I'm going to use the county as an
Yeah.
example. So once the impact fee is paid to the county, then we receive a monthly transfer over to us. So call it 6 months,
Okay.
7 months before we
I was just-
actually see the money.
I was just curious too to see like how quickly, hypothetically you're gonna have these cops coming in that the Lorraine Lakes and Star Farms and things like that are like gonna be done. So those cops or those impact fees are actually gonna be going to pay, like it wasn't old impact fees. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when we do get impact fees and we're never, let's say we don't have any cops out hypothetically, we're using and that hasn't happened here in a long time, obviously, because of the growth. What would happen to impact fees? They would just sit in an account,
It would
wait
sit in
for us to
account
use
until we found a new construction for.
that we can use for them,
That we could-
which obviously is growth related.
You do have a statutory limit.
Limitation, right?
Yeah, you have to use it within a certain period of time.
Gotcha.
But we don't have that problem.
No, we don't have that problem. Yeah. That's a different problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Tatum, I do see you were lit up. I don't know if you wanted to comment again.
Just nothing's real quick today, I guess, but can we pull up the slide with the comparison numbers? I think, Mr. Chapman, about Lakewood Ranch Prep and over there, please, if we can do that.
Into that?
Is it in our
What
deck?
number was that?
I don't think it's is it in our deck? I don't think it's in our deck. It was a slide that was put up earlier. I think it's on the left there.
Nope.
No.
It was down there in the PowerPoint.
It was one of the power.
It was open.
PDFs, yeah. Some-
But it wasn't in our deck is our point.
it's
Are you
just
doing
moving.
it?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, hold on.
Is it on the left over there?
Yeah, the charter, yeah.
And then maybe the slide previous to that or something around it? Or,
Yeah, it's the third slide.
or the third slide maybe?
While Mr. Rinaldi's looking for
Hmm?
that, can I make a statement about SREF? please?
Yeah.
So the statute that Mr. Tatum has referenced has been in effect for, Steve said it's relatively new. I think it's been in effect for going on 2 years now. There is confusion as to what can be exempted from SREF because SREF incorporates other codes into it. I have personally met with the director of the Office of Educational Facilities for Department of Education and his staff and asked him what can be exempted. They're uncertain, but their code compliance gentleman, his name is Don Whitehead, he is working on a white paper to suggest here's what can be exempted. So when there's a statute that says you can exempt SREF, I don't think we can, because there's all kind of things in SREF that they're in other codes. Whether it be Florida Building Code or NFPA or whatever, we still have to comply with those. So, but he has suggested that he could have that list towards the end of August or the beginning of September. So, I don't know what the board's thoughts are in terms of a workshop, but if you could at least wait till that
Till
list
that, we
comes
have
out so that we can give you reliable information.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
So, thank you for that. That's interesting
So
information.
I'll explain this slide. So I took, previous slide showed, nothing's working here. 3 different ranges. Now this is for the 1,000 student station design. So it was the option without the fields, without the auditorium, without the gymnasium. And we identified 2 ranges. You can see that the cost was between 88 million and 110 million. We'd been talking 107.
Be
So
bigger.
I used the midpoint, which was about 100 million, to take a look at how this compares to what the charter schools are doing. And I mean, those different ranges aren't based on making any physical changes to the building. They're just based on the market. You know, what the market's going to bear, whatever the subcontractors bring. So in going through, you can see on the left-hand side, our cost for the building and the site allocation was 74.6 million. Our cost for furniture, fixtures, and equipment 2.5 million. And I used this methodology because what I had was the financial report from the charter schools. And I know in one of the emails they sent, they said that their asset value was 50,000, but that was less depreciation and amortization. So I went back to their original dollar amount of the $53 million. So when it comes to the overall project cost, this is the $107 million, because keep in mind, we have, in addition to the FF&E and all that, we've got food service equipment that gets paid differently. We've got the architectural fees, we've got testing, we've got surveying, we've got all of those things that almost come up to about 23%. So this 78,000 is the $107 million campus, compared to their 53 million. Now, our campus reduced in size was 139,000 square feet. Theirs was 113. So our actual construction cost was $565 a square foot for the physical facility. Their construction cost was $469. So we had a variance. We were higher, about 95.83. Or $95.83 a square foot, which is about 17% roughly. Then we took a look at the student station, and this is where we kind of had the aha moment. Is our student stations were 1,040. They had 1,950. When you look at the area per student, our area per student is 133.7 square feet per student. Their area per student was 58 square feet per student. We don't know, and the other design professionals were some of the ones that brought this up. So we don't know how they're doing this, because even looking at the state averages, one of the things from that chart that Mr. Tatum shared with us is we report on an annual basis, and for the reporting for the new construction, statewide was 124.86. So we are a little bit over that because it is a running average, but we're still, in that middle quartile. Theirs was 40% less. And that's getting to a 600 square foot classroom, and you're claiming the capacity is 30 students. It doesn't, and in addition to that, you've got smaller dining areas, you've got warming kitchens rather than full kitchens, and some of those dynamics show that it's that's how the numbers break out. So then we went on to the next step. Okay, how can we make up that 17%? So first we looked at the facilities numbers, and as you can see up top, the main one was the actual reduction.
Joe, you want to hit the presentation button up at the top so it goes all the way full screen.
Where is
Or in the bottom.
Left of the.
Oh, gotcha. We're fighting each other. Sorry.
Oh, now you have to catch up. Sorry.
I'll catch up.
There you go.
Okay, so when we begin to go through the SREF changes, and we wanted to look at both a combination of what could we do with SREF, which is / the Florida Building Code, because believe it or not, right now, Florida Building Code is more up to date than SREF is, because SREF's 2014, where Florida Building Code has been adding things in and saying it's, kind of the new SREF. But taking a look at alternative systems for the HVAC, one of the things we need to do is a life cycle cost analysis, and we present multiple systems, and based on the most economic system, we select that system. All the time, the chillers, the boilers, those type of water hydronic based systems are always the most efficient systems. They utilize what is known as rooftop units, summer package. So they're very similar to what you see with a big box. They're multiple classrooms are being served by one unit, and those are rooftop units. Some of them are split and have large yards with condensers and all that, but some of them are packaged. So we estimated if we went to that type of system for the 1,000 student station, we'd save $3.3 million. We would have to go through SREF and FBC to exempt, and so that we don't have to do the life cycle cost analysis, because those systems will not qualify under the life cycle cost analysis. The second thing we looked at was the fixed windows. Right now, all of our student occupied spaces have 5% outswinging windows for natural ventilation. On top of that, it's also for safety and security. It's not recognized as an actual exit point, but it could have the potential to be utilized. They basically used fixed storefront systems, so there's no operation. That would save us, with the classrooms we have, $139,000. We looked at modifying the exterior wall. So presently, our system is a brick veneer, an airspace, a vapor barrier on a concrete block. So that's a multi-width wall system that allows moisture to travel down the wall and out and not into the building. And it's one of the best ones for that. They use a single width system where they have tilt up concrete. They put some type of Dex coat, some type of coating on the exterior, and they go interior with a stud and drywall to that as well. So it's kind of a single width system. Your insulation is kind of on the inside rather than the outside of the wall, which isn't ideal. And they utilize that coating system typically 5 to every 7 years. That coating system needs to be redone because the big thing is when those panels come together, you've got a joint, you've got to seal that joint, because that would be a point of moisture coming in and causing problems. So eliminating our brick veneer system would be a savings of $2.8 million. Removal of the campus canopies. So SREF requires us to have internal to the campus canopies from building to building so that you're covered. If we were to exempt ourselves from that through SREF and FBC, that would be a savings of about $2.1 million. And then at the bus drop, it's more of a district standard of having canopy systems at the bus drop, but eliminating those canopy systems would be a savings of $426. And then elimination of showers at the male and female locker rooms, because a lot of PE programs don't use showers. So eliminating those would be a savings of $1.3 million, a lot of plumbing, a lot of fixtures, and I mean, it would be a sizable savings. And then we said, okay, if we're eliminating athletics, we looked at eliminating the courts as well. So the total savings for those related items was $10.7 million. So.
Can we go back to the previous slide, please?
A previous slide, yes, sir.
So if you go to well, first of all, I actually talked to the gentleman at Charter Schools USA who is above Lakewood Ranch. That's like their management company might say. It's really hard to, at least for me, to be able to understand exactly how much that place costs, because someone else built it and then it's managed and they rent it back.
There's lease payments.
Yeah, it's lease payments. But if you look at this chart here, first of all, there is a 16.95% difference, 7% difference. If you take $182 million and times it by 17%, that's still $32 million, right? So that's $32 million if we whatever. But the second point is, it was kind of insinuated. Well, it was said that maybe we're not comparing apples to oranges, but we're not. I wasn't looking at cost per square foot. The numbers that I was putting out were cost per student station, which means maybe the charter schools do have smaller schools. I mean, smaller classrooms, right? So I was talking about cost per student station. I'm not. You're showing a cost comparison, cost per square foot. I'm talking about cost per student station. And for instance, if you took the $21,000 per student station square foot number that Ola built theirs for and add a little inflation to it, let's call it $25,000 in today's dollars, and then you add another 25% for FF&E, which is apparently, are you hungry there, Mr.? You gotta have any lunch. Apparently, so if you add 25% to that for FF&E, that means that school costs around $31,250 per student station. So let me finish, then you can certainly comment. And then you look at our schools that we built, our Lakewood Manatee, our K-8 and the middle school. I mean, our cost per student station with FFE is up in the range of anywhere from $70,000 to $90,000 per student station. So even with FF&E included in at OLA, they'd be up around $31,000, $32,000, and our schools are costing somewhere in the neighborhood of $70,000 plus per student station. Although the Upper Harvey campus, for some reason, is only like $55,000 per student station.
Well, I mean,
but go ahead.
And I shared with you Buffalo Creek, that addition that we just completed there. They came in at 49,000. Let's see, I think I had SUG as well. So SUG, which is a comparable size campus, came in at 31,899, and the metric at the time was 31,230 from the state. So I mean, we were dead on when it comes to cost per student station. And if anyone has walked SUG, you've got the brick, you've got the central plant, you've got the chillers, boilers, you've got all of those.
Can you help me?
That level of construction. And I mean, the last one was Lakewood Ranch High School. We brought that one in at 28,540, and the high school metric at that time was over $40,000. So I mean, what the way, and that's the problem. The calculation of cost per student station is not taking the general budget and just dividing. DOE has a set process that they go through with us in order to report to them, and so that they can have some commonality where they're just looking at the building, completely eliminating site and all that. So if you say, I'm going to build to that dollar amount that's on that chart, that means you have absolutely no site work, no utilities coming in, no water management, no drainage. Those are not part of that metric that they're putting in there. So, and I mean, and even running through the numbers at the level that we're at with AAA, the 60,000, I mean, I think right now we're probably around 54 to 55, and we're still working on that. So, I mean, from the standpoint, the most manipulated metric in the world is cost per student station, because you can monkey with the denominator. And what I see happening is they say they've got 30 students in that classroom. I say I can only have 22 because SREF says this is what I have in this classroom as a result of that. So immediately they get an eight student gain on me, which is 20 to 25%. Yeah.
Well, they still have to comply. We read that in the law somehow. But you kind of deferred. You kind of deflected a little bit away. You brought up renovations. I was talking about new school construction.
No, these were all additions.
SUG?
SUG was to tear down and build a whole new school.
Yeah,
but you don't have a lot of the site work and stuff is already
was not in there.
Is in
I mean,
place
and that
now.
was because all these three.
Well, then why do our new schools cost so much more, Mr. Raleigh? If we built SUG for $30-something thousand.
Hold on a second. I just we're getting to where we're kind of like I mean.
I'm just curious.
No, I get what you're saying. I understand. I don't think, here's what listen, I understand about your costs and everything. I don't think there's going to be a value anyone gives that's going to change your mind of where you're at.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree that we all want to save money. I'm not absolutely saying that at all. Like, hey, we don't need granite countertops. We don't need, whatever. Like, we don't need those things. I 100% agree. I don't think there's going to be ever a chance that no matter what is said, that you're going to be off of what you're believing and where you're at, which is fine. Like, you know what I mean? But we could sit here probably all day, and I think it's a personal preference type stuff, to be honest with you. So I just and I know Ms. Kinney asked for us to stop 30 minutes ago, and I didn't listen to him either. So I'm not saying you have to stop, but I mean,
I made my point. I just want to show that.
Could I go quickly through the program, because we spent a lot of time on the program considerations too, and I'll just do it quickly.
I just want to make my point.
Going from 800.
Because I was talking, is that I just wanted. My point there was just show that it is apples to apples to some degree, and we're not talking about cost per square foot. I was talking about cost per student station, And you really can do it. You can do the math. How much did the schools cost? How many students are there? That's a cost per student station. I don't know what manipulation there is of that other than FFE. But I've said my piece, and I've said my piece, and like I said, so we can go along with it. Thanks. And I'm here. I'm supportive of the schools. I voted for the 1 mil. I just really feel strongly about what we're doing here and the millions of extra hundreds of millions of extra taxpayer money that we are going.
But it's
to
not
spend.
taxpayer money.
We don't have to.
It's not taxpayer money. It's impact fees.
It's not. It won't be by the time we spend it. It's $273 million for the school by the time you pay the interest.
Right. It's
There's
all
no-
going to be paid from impact fees. We have to say that in the COPS.
Is that true, Ms. Sellers, that the whole thing will be paid by impact fees?
Yeah, in the offering statement, we say which funds are going to be using it. And
Right.
so
Yeah.
we will be listing the impact fees because we have new construction at that high school in there.
But it's all in the same capital pot of money in the sense that it's a discussion. Plus, other people in other parts of the county will be paying impact fees too. It's not just, as Ms. Spray said, the people over there. But anyway, it's a discussion for the workshop that Ms.
Yeah,
Spray wants
yeah.
to have. So. Okay, thanks.
So quickly, so we looked at reducing the classroom from 850 to 700 square feet. We didn't go all the way down to the 600 square feet, 356,000. Keep in mind, we've only got one academic building. That's why it wasn't that big a hit. Reducing the corridors down to 7 feet we've got a range of 12, 10, and 9 right now, but bringing it down to 7 feet was 128,000. Reducing the number of science classrooms. Those are very expensive spaces, from everything from electric to plumbing and to overall size. So looking to reduce the number of science labs from 8, which we presently have, down to 4. So that's a $1.7 million savings. Reduction of admin space by 1,500. Just to reduce the space, and then modifying the kitchen to what they presently have at the charter schools, and that's more of a warming kitchen. And the food is being trucked in from elsewhere. Now it's going to be hard to move in 2,000 transportation for 2,000 students worth of food. But and the other thing that we didn't put in here because we didn't have it in already is there's no auditorium.
Yeah.
In Lakewood Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much for putting this all together. I think this bodes well for like next projects and everything like that, where we could potentially cut if we wanted to, and go from there. I don't have anything. Did you?
I have one more,
comment?
just a couple of things. We do a lot of heat and eat kitchens. I mean, you go in, just look at Lake Manatee. We eat up stuff and the kids eat it and then we clean up. I wanted to just say
I don't think so.
No, we have a full
Okay.
Kitchen.
full kitchen. We have to by
By
USDA.
statute, okay.
No, but that's important because other we feed charter school. Our
I
food
know.
service, right? Is
Right.
they don't have a kitchen.
Right, I know but we transport it from one site to
Right,
the
Yeah.
right. So
That's my point.
but that's the general point here, Ms. Ray. If we're going to talk about taking what we believe is our district standard of an 800 square foot classroom, a 10-foot hallway, a real kitchen, and take it to where the charters are, which is a 600 square foot classroom, a 6-foot hallway, no kitchen, that's a conversation to have with those people who are going to pay for it, which is the people around Lakewood Ranch who have paid their impact fee. That's a conversation to say to those parents, do you want a 600 square foot classroom or an 800 square foot classroom? Do you want 58 square feet for your child or the state standard of 124 square foot? So if that's the conversation we want to have, we'll have all the Lakewood Ranch parents in here.
Yeah,
We'll
don't
figure
think
that out.
I think that we've all kind of landed on scenario 3, so.
Yeah.
I don't know if we
Yeah.
all have,
Right.
Mrs. Spray.
Well, maybe not, but what I do, the reason I put my hand back up is to all of the people who sent emails and to the public commenter, your voices are being heard. And that's where I'm landing on scenario 3. I just want, your voices were heard. And that's the final word that I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I I don't see anybody else lit up to speak. I don't see Charlie, but thank you all for everything, for the staff putting everything together. That was a really good conversation. And again, I probably like everybody, thank you to everybody who put in, voice your concerns and thoughts. I agree with Ms. Bray. I think you've been heard. So with that, we'll see you guys Tuesday as we get FSBA back together and we look at our semifinalists to then pare down to our finalists for the next week after that. So everybody, hope you guys have a good rest of your Friday, good weekend. We are adjourned.
Yeah, tell me about it.